So, good morning, everyone. I don't know, does the microphone work? Can you hear me properly? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first Inter-parliamentary Meeting on renewable energy and energy efficiency. My name is Jan Geis. I'm the Secretary General, and I will just give you some initial technical instructions before we go into the political debates and the presentations. Just really technical stuff like, please, for security issues and accreditation issues, please wear your badge all the time, the European Parliament badge, and also your name tag. Also keep it for tonight for the gala dinner and for tomorrow for the second day session in the Belgian Parliament. We will record the whole session and publish it next week on the EUFORES parliamentary YouTube channel. So if colleagues missed it today, they can have a look then. Then, in addition, there will be a camera team because Bertrand Picard from Solar Impulse is doing with his team a big documentation about your family, as much as I heard. So welcome, so that you also know this. You all have in your folder the full agenda of today and tomorrow. You have the participants list for the members of parliament. A membership form would be great to get you on board. And yeah, I would like to thank again the European Parliament for making this possible, the whole team in the Parliament, and also with the Belgian Parliament. Okay, last not least, a little thank you for our sponsors who supported this today. And now I give the floor to Nico Gonzalez, the President of EUFORES, a member of European Parliament. Nico, welcome.
Okay, now it's working. Thank you, Jan. Thank you. Thank you and welcome to the European Parliament. Bienvenue, willkommen, benvidos, benvenuti, vitami. I don't know more languages, it's crazy. This is the European Parliament, so this is very difficult. But I want to say also benvinguts, ongi etorri, and benvidos. There are the languages also in Spain. I have a lot of Spanish colleagues here. It is a great honor to welcome you to the 25th Inter-parliamentary Meeting on renewable energy and energy efficiency. I would like to begin by thanking each of you for being here. Representatives from national parliaments, the European Parliament, the European Commission, governments, industrial sector, academia, and civil society. Your participation here reflects the importance of collaboration and dialogue. Firstly, I want to, as a chair of EUFORES, I want to introduce the European Forum for Renewable Energy Sources, founded in 1995 to promote renewable energy sources and energy efficiency in the European Union. An European cross-party network that brings together members of the European Parliament and national parliaments, renewable energy industry, companies, NGOs, etc. Also, I would like to introduce Neil Hansen, at my right, on your left, Dennis MEP from the EPP group, and Dario Tamburrano, MEP, Italian MEP from the left group, vice presidents of EUFORES, both with extensive experience in energy and parliamentary matters. To me, it's a privilege to have this space of debate. We are living, you know, in critical times, marked by the climate crisis, of course, alongside with energy challenge, economic consequences, and geopolitical instability due to conflicts such the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine, and of course the things that are now happening in the other side of the Atlantic. At the same time, the European Union is engaged in the implementation of the European Green Deal. I want to say very clear, it's not time to step back in the European Green Deal. With the Fit for 55 package and the Repower EU plan agreed upon in the last legislature. It is our path to modernize the European Union, its economic model, while addressing the climate crisis. These initiatives have led to reform of key directives and regulation that drive the energy transition and modernize the European Union, such as the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive. These measures translate into reforms, investments, and opportunities that, if well managed, can strengthen our competitiveness and ensure energy supply and security for all Europeans. The past legislature also faced an historic energy crisis, which required emergency measures and reforms to stabilize price and protect consumers and industry. Let me say very clear, now is a time for Europe, and there will be not a great future for Europe if we don't bet in renewables. This is one of our growth strategy, a sustainable strategy. The European Green Deal is a clear pathway for decarbonization, but also for the success of the European Union. So we also have crucial debates ahead regarding competitiveness and the affordability of energy, the new Clean Industrial Deal, the Affordable Energy Action Plan, and the omnibus package presented by the European Commission during the last month. Once again, we have the opportunity to enhance the potential of SMEs and European industry by ensuring that the lower cost of renewable energy reach business and consumer bills. While discussing the new European proposals, there is an important work to do with the transposition of the directives at member states level. If there is a lesson learned from the past years, that commitment and action at the European level must go hand in hand with the vision and leadership of national parliaments. This is crucial, colleagues. Transposition is key for the future of the renewable energy sources, but also for the future of our industries. We need the objectives and targets set at EU level to be implemented ambitiously and consistently in each of our member states. So you as legislators are key to ensuring that the implementation of these policies is effective and that each country has the necessary tools to drive the energy transition. I want to extend my special thanks to the delegations from over 20 member states who have traveled here to share their experience and perspective. And don't be afraid to speak in English because, as you can see, the English we speak in Brussels is very bad, but all of us can understand each other. So don't worry about it. Don't be shy on that. Your presence demonstrates a shared interest in finding solutions to the energy and climate challenge we face. I also wish to thank the European Parliament and the Belgian Parliament for hosting us. Of course, we cannot overlook the tremendous work behind the organization of this event. My gratitude to the all EUFORES team, Jan and his team, who have made an enormous effort to ensure that the logistics and content of this interparliamentary meeting meet the highest expectations. During these sessions, we have the opportunity to get insights from top-level experts. Following this presentation, for example, it will be an honor to have in this room Dite Jill Jolgesen, Director General for Energy at the European Commission, who will share with us her keynote speech, Affordable Energy Action Plan. I invite you to participate actively in decisions and engage with your comments and questions. This forum exists to foster dialogue, mutual learning, and above all, to drive concrete commitments that help us to move towards a sustainable, innovative, and socially just Europe. Once again, thank you for joining and for dedicating your time and effort to this crucial debate. I wish you a very productive and enriching discussions. But before giving the floor to Dite Jill, I would like to give the floor to my fellow co-chairs, Niels and Dario. Niels, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. How great it is to see so many of you here today. And being here in what, 9 or 10 months after now, I can also see familiar faces here today, which is even better. The times we face in Europe and around the world call for taking a deep breath, not just to set the mood, but also to enjoy the fresh air that we have here in Europe and that we all want to protect. Making the Green Deal a reality is our generation's great task. We need to ensure our kids don't need life jackets to get to school, but can enjoy a world where the polar bears live on ice and not in zoos. The Commission has given us a lot to work with, and thank you for that, in the past month, like the Clean Industrial Deal and the Affordable Energy Action Plan. And we are ready in Parliament to ensure the legislative proposal coming out of this turn into action. The energy transition is an opportunity to build a stronger economy and ensure Europe leads. We must not lower our emissions. We must not only lower our emissions, also become independent from unreliable partners for our energy. Parliament has a responsibility to provide the certainty for this, and forums like EUFORES helps us to discuss across parties and borders, and I am very happy to see again so many national parliamentarians here. But here's the thing though, we can only chase this ambition, this green agenda, if Europe is secure. The war in Ukraine reminds us that the world is more dangerous now. So what good is green growth if we can't protect it? And what good is a greener planet if our kids grow up in an unsafe Europe? So let's be pragmatic. We must lead on climate. We must drive jobs and investment in security. A stronger and safer Europe is the foundation for a greener Europe. Thank you very much.
Dario, colleague.
Colleagues, we are today at an important time for Europe. In these difficult times, with a lot of geopolitical tensions, we must ask ourselves, what is the real threat to our well-being, our economy, and our planet? The answer is clear: climate change, depletion of natural resources, and all the related effects, including wars. Yet the European Union is going to spend about 800 million euros on rearm. We may or may not agree with this plan, but I think that we all agree that we are not still giving enough financial support for policies to achieve the Green Deal and climate neutrality. This should be a priority because we should focus more on threats that will face, for sure, climate change, than on threats that may or may not materialize. If we truly care about our people and industries, we must invest in clean energy, new technologies, and affordable solutions. Solutions that will allow us to achieve true energy security and will allow us not to be dependent on third countries for our energy. Instead of moving forward, we see some leaders trying to go backwards. There are discussions to cancel key climate policies, such as the ban on new internal combustion cars. But let's be honest, this will not help citizens, business, or the planet. It will only leave Europe behind, while other regions invest in electric cars and clean energy and will prosper. The air today in Beijing is already cleaner than the air in Milan. This is saving lives because it prevents respiratory and cardiovascular disease. It is only an example. Businesses need clear and stable rules. Car manufacturers are already switching to electric mobility. Workers are training for green jobs. People want cleaner and cheaper energy. The message is clear. We must not go backwards. We need to go faster, not slower. The European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package are not problems. They are the right solutions. A clean industrial deal based on renewables, electrification, and efficiency will bring more jobs, lower energy bills, and reduce pollution and diseases. Every euro spent on fossil fuels is a euro wasted when it could be used for cleaner alternatives. We know what works. Now we must act. Let's invest where it matters, in the future of our people and our planet. Thank you.
So now it's time for Jules Jorgensen. I have to say, you do know her, that she is a key pillar of the consistency of the European energy policies and a strong defender of the European policies to reach our decarbonization and climate targets, and of course, and a strong defender of the potential of renewables in Europe. So, Lite, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, dear Nico, dear Nils, dear Dario, dear Bertrand. It's a pleasure to be here at this important and very, very timely debate. You have set out the global context within which we are acting. We have significant geopolitical tension. We have a very high degree of uncertainty globally. We see that our competitiveness in Europe is under significant pressure. We know that high energy costs, high energy prices is a significant factor in that. It is not the only element, and that is why the Clean Industrial Deal covers a number of areas from international partnerships, skills, innovation, but also energy. And that is the reason that it is accompanied by a specific action plan on affordable energy, because we know that that is where we have to make a change. That's where we have to see results in order to strengthen European competitiveness, both in the energy-intensive industries, but of course also in the green technologies that are part of our energy transition and part of our global leadership. Our retail electricity prices across the European Union are higher than ever before. We see the impact on households. 46 million Europeans currently live in energy poverty. We see the impact on our industry, both small and medium-sized enterprises, but also larger industry. The price gap between us and our main competitors, US, China, and others, has been increasing significantly, nearly double that of the US in 2023. So we do need to take action to strengthen our competitiveness. And we need to do that in a manner that builds on our strengths, that builds on what we have. Now, one of the things that we have in abundance in Europe is both wind and sun. It is also predictability and a clear sense of direction. And those aspects are critical for industry, critical for investors, that they know that we have set a course and we're staying the course towards climate neutrality in 2050 and the significant changes between now and 2030. We also know that we have, as a significant strength, our internal market, an interconnected energy market, energy union with free flow of energy over most of the European Union. We know we have a leading green tech sector still. We lead in the number of patented innovations in the field of green technology. We have a leadership in renewables, wind and solar, and we have it in energy efficiency, where a lot of the technology is European. So we actually start from a very good place. We also know that the decarbonization efforts, the energy transition, more renewables, more energy efficiency is good for the decarbonization. It is good for our competitiveness, but it is also good and necessary for European security, which is an increasing challenge that we need to integrate into all of our policy making. So that's what we are trying to do with the Affordable Energy Action Plan. Putting together a set of actions that can help lower energy bills across the European Union so as to help strengthen our competitiveness. Now, the challenge in doing that is that on the one hand, we have to deliver short term. We have to bring results. At the same time, we know that the most effective measures to lower energy costs and bills are structural in nature: investments, infrastructure, closer cooperation and coordination. And we also know that we have to deliver on the ground real results. And we know that we have to do it in a manner that also takes into account the security challenge that we are facing, the crisis we are in, the energy crisis we are in. And so those are four of the challenges that we try to address in the Affordable Energy Action Plan. And what I would like to do is just to outline briefly what are the main actions in response to each of these specific challenges. Now, the first one is the need for results in the short term. And there is a lot we can do immediately. There's a lot that national governments can do immediately. If you look at the electricity bills that households and businesses receive, the bill has three components. It is the energy component, it is the taxation component, and then it's the tariffs that are linked to infrastructure. Now, the energy component, the faster we increase supply of clean energy, the lower we can help bring prices. So an acceleration of the build out of renewables through accelerated permitting across the European Union can make a difference. And that's the reason we make concrete suggestions for what can be done to lower the permitting times from too many years down to hopefully below a year, and certainly a significant acceleration. And that can be done in implementing the existing legislation. We also know that the high gas prices, the volatile and high gas prices globally, and we are now dependent on the global LNG markets, that those prices have a significant impact in increasing our electricity bills across the European Union. So if we decouple our retail bills from the high gas prices, we can help lower the electricity prices, again, for both households and businesses. We put that together in the electricity market design, where you were rapporteur, suggesting a shift towards more long-term contracting arrangements, power purchasing agreements, and contracts for difference, and a better access to competitive prices and markets for households and consumers. So we need to make that happen, to implement that, to bring the results on that. And as you have said, there is an important role for national parliaments in all of that. If you look at the other components of the energy bill, taxation, in many member states across the European Union, electricity is actually taxed fairly highly and higher than, for example, fossil energy. So we are recommending to member states to lower the taxation on electricity to help create an incentive for electrification and to make electricity by far the most efficient energy vector, lower the costs, lower the bills for electricity. So taxation action can be taken now, and we are, of course, ready to take more action as well. Then you've got the tariff aspect, the tariff part of electricity bills. That is challenging because we know we need to invest significantly in infrastructure and grids over the coming years, and those investments will have to be paid back by the tariffs on the use of infrastructure. But if we have smarter tariffs, if we have tariffs that are more cost reflective, we can actually lower the tariff payment by companies because they can start using energy when there is an incentive to do that. So by having lower tariffs at times when there's less demand in the system, then we can help shift demand to the times where prices are lower. So there's a double benefit for companies in doing that. And we will be making recommendations on more cost reflective tariffs to help lower the tariff component of the bill as well. So those are just some of the things that we will be doing directly on the energy bill. We will also be looking at gas markets. And of course, we will continue and advance our work on energy efficiency, both to help create an energy efficiency market, and that is an important component, but also, of course, to continue work on energy labeling and eco-design, which already brings significant savings to households and businesses. So those are the short term, the measures, the actions that can have an immediate impact. Now, looking at what can be done structurally and what is necessary to lower the costs and the bills across the European Union, we do need to work more closely together, and we do need to make sure that we move from the energy union in name to the energy union in a genuine and robust manner, as the European Parliament and as the European Council have called for. So we will be working towards that. In order to bring actors together, to bring national governments together at high political level, we are suggesting the establishment of an energy union task force to help analyze, identify, and cooperate around what is it that is needed for a genuine energy union that can help, again, lower costs and lower bills. We know we need more interconnectors cross-border. We know we need to make sure that those interconnectors deliver tradable capacity, reflecting the requirement for a 70% tradable capacity. We know we need to electrify, we need to do more on heating and cooling, and we need to do more on digitization and artificial intelligence. So all of those aspects can be addressed in the Energy Union Task Force in order to make sure that there is the political engagement across the European Union, and in order to bring genuine results, including the investments that are needed. We know that, and that brings me to the third part, we need to attract significant investment, and we need to ensure delivery. Now, one of the things we see is that the global uncertainty and the uncertainty in markets in itself slows down investments and is a risk. And so we've been looking at what can we do to lower that uncertainty. And the global context we cannot change, but there are many things we can do ourselves within the European Union to help bring the certainty that investors need to scale up and accelerate investments into renewables, into clean energy, and into energy efficiency. So we suggest establishing a tripartite contract that brings together relevant actors. If governments can engage towards investments in a clear set of energy projects in a number of gigawatts and the types of projects, be precise about what they have planned, both on the energy production, but also on the grids that are necessary to distribute that, then that already helps bring more certainty to the energy sector. That will allow large energy project developers to plan better. And if you can plan better, and if you can give more certainty to your supply chains, you can also start lowering cost for those large energy projects. And if you're an energy intensive industry looking to electrify, if you know the electricity will be coming online, if you know the infrastructure to distribute it will be there, and if you know the costs of that electricity will be affordable, well, then you can also carry that significant capital cost that is necessary for electrification and benefit from the lower operating costs that will be a result of that going forward. So that certainty, that tripartite contract and engagement really is necessary to help make it happen and to accelerate development. In that context, just a reminder that we do need 600 billion euro annually in investment between now and 2030. So we need to make sure we have the best possible framework for that. And we will be putting forward a clean investment strategy later this year to look at how to best do that. How do we work best with financial markets, building on yesterday's initiative also from the Commission on capital markets. And then I mentioned the fourth challenge we have, which is the overall security challenge. We have seen over the last 3 years how much the energy insecurity and the risks to security of supply, how much they have driven up prices. We need to make sure that we are ready for whatever comes. So we are currently reviewing our security of supply framework to make sure that we draw the lessons from this crisis, but also to make sure that our security of supply framework reflects the energy system of today, with more electrification, with critical infrastructure that we see under threat, under attack, with issues around cybersecurity and data linked to the electrification and to our supply chains. So a lot of things that need to be built into the future security of supply framework, and we look forward to working with the European Parliament and member states for that on the basis of a legal proposal next year. So those are the main components, the four main challenges and the main responses to those challenges. There's a lot of work ahead of us. There will be many initiatives following, several legislative proposals. All of that will, of course, be done with simplification in mind, and with an effort to reduce the administrative burden on European companies, also to help strengthen our competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. It's a pleasure to listen to you always. Even if we have discussions on something, we have very important discussion. We don't have 100% coincidence, even that we are cross-party. So it's true that this is the beautiful thing of EUFORES, that all of us, we can say about renewables, but from our own perspective. And this is very important in the coming discussion. Now we have with us a very special guest, Bertrand Piccard, that he's a psychiatrist, an explorer. Really, you are an explorer. Made history by accomplishing 2 aeronautical firsts flying around the world non-stop in a balloon, and more recently in a solar-powered airplane without fuel, pioneering in his way to consider ecology through the lens of profitability. That is very important. He started working in the early of this century to promote renewable energies and clean technologies. His new project, Climate Impulse, aims to demonstrate the potential of green hydrogen in aviation. So I think that we have to call him to stay here, and we can go down and give him the opportunity to explain his project. Thank you very much, Bertrand, and it's a pleasure for us or for you, EUFORES, having you here. You have to know it. You don't need coffee from us. Ready to go.
Good morning to everyone. Since 25 years, I'm saying that it is very dangerous to present the protection of the environment and climate action as something expensive, something sacrificial for our generations just to protect the next generations, that it is dangerous to say that we will reduce economic growth, that we will reduce mobility and comfort in order to protect the environment. Today, what do we see? We are paying the price of a wrong narrative. In a lot of parties and a lot of countries around the world, the words climate and the words environment are banned as bad words. People are attacking climate action. People are attacking the directives of the European Commission. People want to fight against the Green Deal. They want to reopen what has already been decided. Why that? Because still a lot of people consider that it is expensive, that it is detrimental to the ecology, to the economy and to the industry if we push more ecology. This misunderstanding is extremely dangerous and requires from us that we use a new wording, a completely new narrative. If we speak of decarbonization, we are frightening a lot of countries who believe that it is detrimental for their economic growth. If we speak of sacrifice for the next generations, people will say, why do we need to sacrifice ourselves for the future? We need direct advantages for our generation. If we speak of cost, we're frightening people. We need to speak about investments. So today, I believe that what we have to understand is that if we are in trouble for the economy, for the ecology, for the environment, for the climate, it's only because we are in a world that is completely inefficient. We're in the world of the past. We are still using infrastructures, technologies, sources of energy that have been invented 120 years ago. When we use a thermal engine, we have a yield of less than 27% when an electric motor has a yield of 95%. We need 3 times less energy per kilometer if we electrify mobility. But so many people don't understand that. They still believe it's only for the environment. It's for the economy. It's for the profitability. We still have badly insulated buildings with almost no insulation materials, heated with gas and oil. That's from the last century. Do you know that energy waste costs today $4.6 trillion per year? This is not only harming the environment, it's harming our economy. And when we speak about energy waste, it's not only the energy we waste in engines and buildings. When we waste food, we waste energy. The energy for the harvest, for the fertilizers, for the transport. When we waste water, it's exactly the same. When we waste the waste by putting them in a landfill instead of going into circularity, we waste energy. So we are in trouble because we're inefficient, we're outdated, we live in the past. And we don't notice it because we're used to it. It's like the fish who is in the water and doesn't notice he's wet. We're in the world of the past and we don't understand that we're in the past because it seems normal. So in the new narrative, we need to speak of modernizing our world. Modernizing, that means to bring the world today to the use of the newest solutions, the newest technologies, the newest sources of energy, the newest infrastructures. Who can be against modernization? Nobody. The people who banned the words climate and the words environment, they would agree to modernize the systems because it makes sense. And I think we always need to reconcile the extremes by having a new wording that shows to each one that he can find a personal interest in it. And I believe that the most important word for modernization is efficiency. But efficiency is not really well understood. I still hear in the European institutions people who say, oh, efficiency, you know, that's not an industry. We cannot support it. It's wrong. Efficiency is an industry. It's a huge industry, maybe one of the biggest. If we sell efficiency for insulation materials like Rockwell, who is in the Rockstone, so who is in the room, Schneider Electric, it's a business only based on electrification. It's an industry. It's profitability. But of course, we forget the difference between sobriety and efficiency. And this is why efficiency sometimes is not well understood. We believe that we have to do less with less, which is sobriety. No, it's not this. We should not make a reduction with a sacrifice. We have to make reduction with a benefit. We have to do more with less. And this is efficiency, which means that if we do more with less, we increase the profit margins. If we stop to waste, the profit is higher, which means that it's the best way to reach competitivity. We always speak of the competitiveness of Europe. How can we reach it? Much better by savings of everything we used to waste than anything else. It's an industrial market. It's better sovereignty. We speak of sovereignty of Europe. We're not going to be sovereign in energy if we have to build so much more facilities of production and we continue to waste the energy that is produced. 3/4 is wasted. So of course, sovereignty comes from efficiency. And when I read in some European directives that we have to aim at energy savings, it's not the same thing. Energy saving is not the same than efficiency. If you're efficient, of course you will save energy as a byproduct of efficiency. But efficiency is much more than using less energy. Efficiency is about bringing on the market the industrial solutions that help everybody to save energy, which means that it is profitable not only for the person who saves energy, but also for the industry that is putting on the market all these new solutions. This is why I believe the people who are against climate action can be our best allies. They're not necessarily enemies. They're obliging us to have a new narrative. They're obliging us to be respectful to the natural limits of the Earth. Today, we are destroying the planet because we are not rational, because we are not focusing on the best profitable opportunity. So of course you can tell me, yeah, but if we have electric mobility, if we have heat pumps everywhere, if we have rock wool in insulation, if we have heat pumps everywhere, it will cost money. Who's going to pay? So it's clear that if you have the money, you can invest yourself. If you don't have the money, but you have the credibility, you can get a mortgage, you can get a loan. Now, if you have no money and no credibility, you are stuck. Because potentially you can save a lot of energy, you can save a lot of resources, you can be much more profitable, but you cannot invest in it. And this is where finance comes. And I believe that we don't speak enough about the new financial markets. We are working today with the European Investment Bank and the Solar Impulse Foundation in order to create a third actor. It's not only the people producing solutions and the clients of these solutions, it should be an actor that allows the producer of solution to go to the client and say, we install for free the solution you need. We install for free a recovery of the wasted heat from your chimney to recycle it into your factory. We help you to install for free a new heat pump with geothermal well in the center of the city for huge buildings, and so on and so on. And how can they do it for free? Because the third actor pays for the investment and is reimbursed by the profit made by the energy saving, by the resource saving. I think this is a way to unlock the potential of efficiency. Today, efficiency is blocked by the people who don't understand what it is, who don't have the means to buy it, although solutions exist everywhere. You know, at the Solar Impulse Foundation, we have identified more than 1,800 solutions that can be clearly used everywhere. But if it's not understood and if it's not funded, it won't work. And the financial world today, what do they have for investment? They have shares, bonds, private equity, real estate, and hedge funds. It's quite limited in an uncertain situation like we have today. We have to offer a sixth opportunity, which is efficiency. Invest in efficiency. It's a perfect way to get the premium every year just done on the energy saving and the cost saving that has been done. So maybe you've noticed that I spoke about efficiency without mentioning that it's good for climate and good for the environment. And I think this is really important. We can be ecologists and want to protect the environment, but what's important? Not to push our own ideology and our own conviction, but bring results. We can be for the economy and for the industry, but what is important? It's not to push our conviction of profitability only. It's to see that if we bring ecology in the core of the economic development, we will be better in our profitability. So we see, and that's a big paradox, we see people fighting against each other for climate and environment or against climate and environment without really understanding that there is a common space that brings benefit to all. We go into efficiency of energy, but efficiency of resource, efficiency of processes, efficiency of products, efficiency in circularity, we will at the same time protect the environment, work for solidarity, work for the people who are the poorest and who suffer the most from the waste of energy that increases the cost. We work for job creation and new companies, and we work for sovereignty. From the extreme left to the extreme right, everybody finds the benefits. And I think this is the way that we have to work if we want to go further. And if we do this, we can push efficiency as the common interest of absolutely all the parties. And we also need to encourage this efficiency by having goals not only at 2030, but at 2040. Otherwise, what will happen? People won't invest until 2030 if they don't know how it's going to continue. We're in 2025. We need the second goal. You know, it's like in karate. In karate, if you want to break a brick with your hand, you have to aim beyond the brick. Otherwise, you break your hand. You aim behind the brick, and the hand goes through the brick beyond it. If we just have a goal at 2030, we'll miss the goal and break our hand. We have to aim at 2040 with already putting efficiency as a major priority for Europe, as a major priority for the economy, for the industry, for competitiveness of Europe. If we do this, we'll give a very clear signal. Efficiency is for Europe the best way to be successful. We need this new Europe, competitive, modern, clean, and efficient. What is a little bit disappointing is how many times the people promoting efficiency have to tell the same before they are listened to, before they're understood, before something changes. So if you are here today, it's because you're interested by efficiency, because you're interested by everything that is said here by the different speakers. But there are so many parties who are not here, so many countries that are not here, so many key decision makers that are not here in this room. So we need to have these arguments when we speak to them. We need to have these arguments when we speak to the people who don't understand how we can all work together around efficiency. And if we are the ambassadors of this type of message, I think we can go much faster, much further into a new Europe and a new world. So that's what I'm asking you to do. So I'm not finishing my speech by saying thank you like usual. I'm finishing my speech by saying, please do it.
Thank you. It was very inspiring words, even for a policymaker. Here in the European Parliament, we think about efficiency, but we are not always efficient. But I want to open the possibility to debate to all the people here, and we have some requests. So the first hand up is the first in having the floor. So please present yourself. Every time you speak, try to present yourself, because we came from different. So the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Wojciech Munza. I'm from Czech Republic, member of National Parliament and member of Economic Committee. As mentioned in the beginning, the key topic is the competitiveness of European industry and our economy. It's clear that Europe is increasingly behind its main competitors, and the gap is growing. Europe is falling behind. Prosperity is being destroyed by the green regulation and requirements. No economy has ever become rich through the regulation and redistribution. It's not about presentation or new narrative, it's a fact. Because of the green transition, we have high energy prices and European industry is losing strength. We need to change our priorities, not narrative. And that must be prosperity, competitiveness, and security. For example, European Commission proposed ambition goals for 2040 on the level of 90% greenhouse gas emission reduction. But there is no assessment of impacts on European level and also on member states level. We repeatedly emphasized that we have to do fact-based policy based on careful analysis and of impacts. But how do we align it with other priorities, mainly additional investment that we have to channel into defense? The green transition is artificially increasing the cost of companies and the living expenses of the population. For example, EU ETS 1 is helping in a reduction of emission, but with negative effects of its functioning, namely volatility influenced also by speculative trades translating into unpredictability. Czechia already proposed potential reforms of EU ETS 1 in the past, but European Commission is blind, also some member states. Much worse is presenting new EU ETS 2. This system would be very probably lead to very similar problems and unpredictability, which at least have and not impact only to big companies, but influence small businesses and households that are completely unprepared for this. We need to build economy up, not weaken it. And prosperity, make money for next modernization, but not based by regulation and redistribution, but the free will of the companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I would like also that if you have some questions, be very concrete and clear. As you can see, this is the riches of EUFORES, that we can all debate with our own ideas. But I think that if you want to speak, please be very concrete in the questions, please. Bertrand, the floor is yours.
But I'm very happy to answer, because I think you are spot on. What you say represents exactly the example of what I have said in the last 15 minutes. Because if we speak of decarbonization, having only the goal of decarbonizing 90%, 95%, 100%, of course, we are frightening people like you. We are frightening people who don't know how we're going to do it and how it's going to cost, how much it's going to cost. So when we give a goal, we always have to explain how to reach the goal. And we always have to show that it will be profitable to reach the goal. If it's expensive, as you believe, of course there will be resistance and opposition. So how can we prove that it's profitable? Just by seeing what it costs to be obsolete, what it costs to waste energy, what it costs to waste natural resources, what it costs to be in a linear economy where we extract, consume, and waste. This is what puts us in trouble, but not only for climate, for the economy. The economy today in Europe is not competitive because we have a too small profit margin. A lot of revenue, but too small profit margin. What we need is to implement all the technical solutions that increase the profit margin by reducing the cost. That's a definition of competitiveness. And how do we do it? We can either bring the data to the table and say, look, if you reabsorb the heat of a chimney of a factory, you save 20 to 40% in your energy bill. If you use the heat from subways or underground parkings, you can reduce the cost of heating for the buildings above it. If we put a data center close to a city, we produce heat in the data center and we can use that heat to heat the city. which means that the same amount of energy is used twice. It's half the cost for each actor. All these things are obvious. They're so obvious that the naive people believe that market rules are enough, and if it's profitable, everybody will do it. It's not like this, because we need to change the administrative norms, the standards, a lot of rules. And if we wait that it's done by itself, it will take too long. And for too long, Europe will be at the tail of the economy and not at the head of the economy. So sometimes we need regulations, norms and standards to oblige the modernization. So the goal is not to have more regulations. The goal is to have modern regulations. Exactly like the goal is not to have new technologies, the goal is to have efficient technologies, modern technologies. So we have to modernize the technologies. We have to modernize the rules and the legislations. I fully agree with you that when we look at it from outside, sometimes there is too much administrative rules. And maybe the role of Europe, and maybe your role, is to find what is clearly the best way to make regulations and to help that it's not too complicated and that it can be affordable for the companies and understandable by the population. Maybe that's your role, to make it clearer. But my role is to show how these new regulations, more modern, can bring the solutions to the market and help to modernize Europe. And I think that's a goal of the left, the right, the center, extreme right, extreme left, whoever. It's the role of everybody in Europe if we want to strive to remain the best economy in the world.
Thank you. Please present yourself, introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, long answer for long question.
I don't think this is oh, it is working. Hello, my name is Rosaria Hashkovtsova. I'm also from the Czech Republic. I'm from the office of one of the MEPs here in the European Parliament. I wanted to ask about what agents or who are the ambassadors who can help us achieve this efficiency. For example, in the Czech Republic, we have a lot of companies, a lot of productions, manufacturers that generate a lot of heat that is basically just being wasted into the air, while another company, manufacturer company that is literally next to it does not use it. And my question is, who should be the ambassadors who can make this work? Whether it's politicians who are going to ease the administrative burden, whether it be the businesses themselves, but they usually, even though it's more economically efficient as well, they usually don't do it because they've never done it. Business as usual, why would they change? There are a couple of consultation companies that help with efficiency, but I'm just wondering how to do this in a systematic manner to really help companies try to look for ways to be more efficient, because the economic incentive is there, but they're still not doing it. So whether that's just a mindset shift that has to come over time, or how to speed the transition of efficiency.
You have a lot of companies, a lot of startups, a lot of innovators who try to demonstrate how their product can bring efficiency and profitability and competitiveness at the same time. But there is a very interesting reaction. I'm sorry if I'm a bit provocative, but very often the green activists are fighting against this action because they don't believe that technical solutions can be used to improve the ecological situation. And they scream problem, 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 instead of screaming solution, solution, solutions. So basically, you have the efficiency industry, which is attacked on one side by the one who say, we want degrowth, we want sacrifice, we don't want technology and industry. And on the other side, the same guys are attacked by the one who have not understood the difference between efficiency and sobriety, who believe it will be expensive, who believe it will be sacrificial. And efficiency promoters are stuck in the middle, attacked on both sides. it's very uncomfortable for these companies and for these innovators who sometimes go bankrupt because people don't buy their products, although they would save money and activate the European economy by using this product. So I think the best way to be an ambassador of efficiency is to stop this ideology of cleavage between the two parts that don't understand why we need these technological and technical solutions on the market as soon as possible.
Anyone else? Christina?
Hello, and thank you for this presentation and your views. I think everything we heard today looks good, sounds great, but in our countries might not always work. Modernization, of course, I think everyone here agrees that modernization should be done. But then it depends who will contribute to this modernization, because I believe that the private sector can do this. And for this, we, the legislators, we need to create a friendly framework for them. I heard here about accelerating permitting, about efficiency, about creating an environment where innovators can come with new technologies, also about taxation, reducing the bills. But what do you do when the state basically lives out of those taxes? And these are very secure taxes that go to the national budgets, the ones that come from energy bills. So it's very complicated, because we also had in the past various schemes that supported green energy, and that now the consumers are still paying. And I think it's complicated to have affordable prices now. Also, the investments in networks, in distribution. It's hard to bring the cost down when you have a distributor that comes and say, we need 20 cents more in the bill in order to modernize the entire networks and to have more efficiency. So I think we don't have to ignore the market. I'm a true liberal, and I do believe in the power of the market that tells us how much we need to invest, whether the competition will bring down costs, also will lead to innovation. So I think the narrative should be more towards the market and less towards regulations, and we know better what is best for you, because otherwise I'm afraid that all these great objectives that we have to reduce our CO2 emissions, to become more efficient, will not be credible anymore if we force them. And we see in Europe that there are a lot of people and new political views that say, look, what Europe said until now basically increased our cost of living, increased our electricity costs, brought us into big crisis, and this is not the way forward. So I was wondering, what is your view on this and on the power of the market to basically create more prosperity
introduce yourself,
the
because I
economy?
met you before. But
I'm Christina Prună, member of the parliament from Romania.
Very good. Interesting question about regulation. In 2 months, the United States have deregulated, increased their inflation, increased unemployment, decreased their economical perspective, and reduced the stock exchange market value. It's interesting because deregulation has been really badly interpreted. So it also shows that when we speak of regulation or deregulation, we have to really define what we speak about. I'm going to give you an example. In this circle, you have everything that protects the environment, profitable or not. In this circle, you have everything that is profitable, clean and dirty. What I'm interested in is the intersection between the two. What is at the same time profitable and ecological? This is efficiency. This is efficiency. Outside of this intersection, you have things that are expensive, that don't work economically. Outside of this circle, you also have very profitable things that pollute, that destroy the perspective for humankind. And some people are in this part, they want only profitability. Others, by ideology, want only ecology, whatever is the cost. And if they fight together, we have no result. Except if we look at the intersection between the two. What is profitable and ecological? What brings benefit to both sides? And we have to start with this. I fully agree that there are other things that don't work. Let's start with this, because this we know it works. And this can create a reconciliation between the two extremes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Edor Mititelu, member of Romanian Parliament. We talk about competitiveness and also the speed for and then required speed for the energy sector, because we need to have the energy security. But where is the balance? Where do you see the balance for the speed and security? Not the security just to providing the energy, green energy, all kind of energy, also with the security of infrastructure, because physical security and also cyber security, because we have more and more technology in the green energy, but we need devices with a high cybersecurity level, and we need to find this balance of efficiency and cybersecurity. And also, we talk starting from February. We know the action plan for affordable energy. But this action plan, it's from February, and we want to implement in the short way. How can we fight? And it's not just a question for you, also for my colleagues from the other states. How can we fight with the bureaucracy of let's say, European administration, national administration, for quick measures? Because our citizens want measure, for example, for Action 1 of low prices for energy. They want measures not today, yesterday, and which can be this kind of speed up measures for bureaucracy in the administration. Thank you very much.
When you speak of the cost of energy, there are two parts. It's the production cost and the selling price. And in a lot of countries, it's true that the energy is sold far too expensive when the production cost is very low. And today, the production cost of renewables is the lowest on earth. Producing energy, well, electricity with wind and solar is the cheapest in the world and the simplest in the world. Now, of course, you have to add the cost of storage. But if you sell this energy at the price of the gas, it's clear that it's not an advantage for the consumer. It's an advantage for the producer. And it's interesting because Dite Jule Jorgensen, in her speech half an hour ago, said that she wants to decouple the cost of renewables from the cost of gas. And this is actually the only way to really have a cheaper price for the consumer. But of course, it will be less profit for the producer. And now we have to decide what we want. I believe personally that if the price of renewables is cheaper, we will go much further in clean energy. And efficiency, where does it stand? Efficiency stands in the fact that if you save 50% of the energy that is wasted, you will need to install 50% less production facilities. So it's profitable for the country. It's profitable for the investor. It's profitable for everybody. So it's a question of trade-off. And I know that some countries take decisions that make renewables too expensive. Others have understood that it's the cheapest source of energy and they use it to be competitive. But that's a political decision. I can bring the facts, I can bring the solutions, but I'm not a politician and I cannot do your job.
Thank you. Very inspiring words for us also. But 1 second, I want to raise one question because I think it's important. And you mentioned the coupling gas from electricity prices and so on, that I have dedicated 2 years in this house to work with that. And believe me, it's not easy and we will have a lot of debates about it. But you mentioned efficiency. And efficiency is key for the development of Europe, for the competitiveness. But people, ourselves, we used to think about efficiency when we feel pain. High bills reduce pain, so this pain drives us to efficiency. How to encourage people to think in efficiency forever, not only with energy prices, with high bills, how to give them the opportunity to invest, how to give them the ability to decide to invest in efficiency.
The consumer sometimes might say, okay, the energy price is low somewhere, not as you were saying, but sometimes it's low. Why should I invest for decreasing my energy bill? But there is another way to see. It's at the level of the industry. If the industry modernizes the offer, brings insulation materials that are better, brings systems to reabsorb the wasted heat, brings systems that make the houses efficient, the mobility efficient, then it becomes mainstream. It's mainstream. When you see that IKEA has decided to sell only LED light bulbs, it's changed the mentality of the consumer because they thought, wow, if IKEA has only LED, it means that it's better and more profitable, so let's buy that. And now you cannot buy an incandescent light bulb at IKEA. It's interesting. IKEA did it by itself. Now, sometimes we need the help of regulation. France has decided to switch to LED lamps 10 or 15 years ago. But it takes time. It takes time. And you still have half of France, despite the regulation, who is still on inefficient light bulbs. And you know that if France was switching to 100% LED instead of 50% LED, they would save enough electricity for charging 7 million electric cars per day. So we need the ecosystem. We need the general vision. We need to see that if we change something for the better on one side, it will help to be better on the other side. It's not silos. And very often politicians are thinking about silos, just this or this or this. No, we have to think horizontal in an ecosystemic way where everything is supporting each other. Electric cars are not only good for the climate and for the money, it's good for the quality of air, which means that maybe it should be the budget of public health that is paying for the chargers. We need to be ecosystemic and everybody take part of the solution. Otherwise, we won't understand that everything is linked together.
That's right. We have one more question.
Hello, I am from Czech Republic. I am Marie Pošarová, and I am from Chamber of Deputies, Czech Republic. Electricity from renewable sources cannot be cheaper than fossil fuels and nuclear power. It is physics, the iron law of power density. The lower the power density, the greater the resource intensity. Therefore, the cost of green energy are significantly higher than the cost of conventional energy sources, and people will pay for it.
Please, sorry. The question, be concrete. I said before that we had to be concrete in the question.
My question
is the parliament, we have a plenary in the parliament to make political speeches.
Yes.
But now we are in a debate and we need questions.
Okay. And my question is, who pays you? Is this China? China. It is what my question is, who pays you? It is lobbyist from China or it is China. Okay.
No. When I was young, I was more Chinese, but now I'm getting Occidental. So
when you ask,
sorry, we have said, sorry, 1 second,
I like
we have said all the ideas here. This is the house of all Europeans. And we believe in Europe, of course. We all here believe in Europe. And we believe in freedom and the opportunity to say what we like. But please, don't use a forum to make speeches. We are using this forum to make questions and to enrich ourselves, sharing ideas. It's a big opportunity for all of us. So please take advantage of that.
But I'd like to answer because I love your country, and my grandfather is one of the founders of the Czechoslovakian Republic in 1918. He was called Ernest Denis and was called by Masaryk to help him create the first republic. So he had his statue in Prague, and Czechoslovakia and now Czech Republic is very close to my heart. So I'd like to answer you. You're asking who's paying me. I work for the Solar Impulse Foundation, which is a non-for-profit. I work for free. I earn my life in giving speeches for inspirational events, and I give 75% of my time for free to promote solutions, to promote efficiency, because I'm an explorer, I'm a pioneer, and I'm frustrated to see that the world is not at the level it should be. I'm fed up of saying that we are using old, dirty, and expensive solutions everywhere, instead of using clean, efficient, and profitable solutions. So it's my passion to try to do something better for the world. So I cannot be accused of being paid by anyone because it costs me personally a lot of money to do that. And when you speak about renewable energies, the price of energy, the price of all this, we have to see in every situation what is profitable and what is not. If you can prove that in the Czech Republic, renewables don't work, okay, don't use renewables. But what we see is that in most parts of the world, the cheapest source of energy is the energy that is produced locally by local people who can reach a better independence, a better sovereignty for a cheaper price. That's just what happens almost everywhere in the world. So let's see, case by case, what works, what doesn't work. And then we can be at the sharpest point of efficiency by using, maybe in Czech Republic, something that would not work in Portugal, something that doesn't work elsewhere will work at your place. But we have to take one solution after the other and see, is it relevant to use it or not? But we cannot make just a statement that it doesn't work or that it works. We have to go into every detail. That's what we do with the Solar Impulse Foundation. And we're very happy to work with you. I've been with my team to Prague to speak to the government, and I'm happy to come again and work with you to see how we can improve the situation, help the Czech Republic to be more efficient and get more wealth and more profit thanks to it.
we have to finalize. It was an incredible opportunity and a privilege, I think, to listen to you. Thank you from the part of EUFORES to share with us your words. And the doors are open always to this parliament. So we'll be invited for sure more times. Thank you, Tomas, Mrs. Picard. And again, an applause, please.
Okay, everyone. I would be very grateful if everyone were taking their seats again. We will have a lunch break for sure after the session, so you will not go hungry. Don't be afraid. And I'm sure there will also be drinks still after the session. So be with us for another, well, good half hour, good hour, I would say. And after that, of course, we will have a group picture and then we'll go to lunch together. And this will also be the possibility to continue the networking, which is an important part of this event in any case. My name is Jutta Paulos. I'm a member of European Parliament. I've been working on climate and energy issues since I entered Parliament in 2019, co-negotiated the Energy Efficiency Directive, among other issues, and I'm very happy and honored to chair this session about getting efficiency to the ground, issue which is very close to my heart. I'm very happy to see very distinguished panelists, I might say, on the panel. So we have Nina Neumann, who is team leader in the European Commission, Unit Buildings and Products. We have Mirella Vitale, is it correct? Okay. Vitale, Senior Vice President from Communication and Public Affairs of the Renewable Group. So you also have a lot to do with efficiency. We have Thibault Girardot, who is Sustainable Finance Policy Officer at WWF, which is a very renowned NGO. And we have my former colleague, Kieran Cuff. Good to see you again, Kieran. You look good, very good. Being out of this house seems to do good on your constitution. And Kieran has been the rapporteur for the EPBD, which is the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, also an important cornerstone of the European Green Deal. So thank you to all the panelists for being here. And I would say we could start with Nina Neumann, who will speak about the transposition of EU building legislation and EU housing policies, which is an important issue as we will have a commissioner, or we have a commissioner for housing in this mandate and also a special committee for housing. Please, Nina, you have the floor.
Thank you for this nice introduction. I'm Nina Neumann. I used to actually work in this house a few years ago, but the last 5 years of my life I've spent on energy performance of buildings. And that's why I've been invited to introduce you to EU building legislation. And what I'd like to do is to explain 4 points: the why, the what, the when, and the how. So let's get started with the why. I don't think I need to explain why we need EU energy efficiency policies, because Bertrand Piccard has done that in a very inspiring and very convincing manner already. So let's zoom in on why we need a policy on buildings. Thing is that the EU building sector is actually the single largest energy consumer in the EU. 42% of energy use in the EU is accountable to the building sector. So this is the sector where there is an enormous potential for energy savings, which are what comes out of energy efficiency. So we really need improvements in the building sector to reach several EU policy objectives, like the climate and energy targets, but also all our targets related to energy security and energy independence from foreign fossil fuels, which are becoming all the more important. And also, as also illustrated by Bertrand Piccard, competitiveness is very much an issue that building policy can contribute to and enhance. But there is a problem currently in the building sector, which is that the largest part of the building stock is quite energy inefficient. And most of the buildings that we see today are still going to be in place in 2050. And if we don't get them renovated up to speed, then we will not get where we need to be. And the current energy renovation rate is really very slow. It's not at all where it needs to be. So that's where we arrive at the what. What is the EU doing to tackle this problem? So during the last mandate of the Commission, there were several pieces of EU legislation that were revised or started to tackle the building sector. For example, the extension of emission trading to buildings will also trigger building renovation. And in the Energy Efficiency Directive, there are strengthened obligations to renovate public buildings, for the public building sector to go first, to have an exemplary role. But I'd like to focus on what we have in the central piece of EU legislation on buildings, which is the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which was also revised during the last mandate. So in that piece of legislation, we have 4 focus areas, and the most important one is building renovation. And the most prominent instrument, of which you might have actually already heard, is or probably is the minimum energy performance standards for non-residential buildings. And that's what I like to call the sharpest tool in the toolbox of building policy, because it's very effective, but it's also a very impactful measure. It's actually obliging renovation of non-residential buildings, the worst performing ones. The worst performing ones are the buildings where there is the largest potential for energy efficiency, and that's why these need to be tackled first. In the residential sector, so in people's homes, there are no direct renovation obligations like that in the Energy Performance Buildings Directive. I think sometimes in the press it's still reported like that, but it's not the case. In the residential building sector, it's really the member states that have full flexibility on what they want to do to achieve an improvement of the residential building. So they can choose what to do. And how they want to tackle renovation, that they will set out in national building renovation plans. So these are really strategic, comprehensive plans which first take stock of where the building stock in that member state is, and then set out all the policies and measures that are needed to get to a decarbonized, renovated building stock by 2050. And that is a large range of policies that are possible. So, of course, regulatory policies, but also, for example, policies on financing and policies on skills. So really a very comprehensive plan. So these are more the obligations on renovation, but the EPBD also has an enabling framework, instruments that help building owners renovate. So there are information tools like stronger energy performance certificates. So an energy performance certificate somehow gives the diagnosis of the state of the building. You see where are the weaknesses, how good is the building already, how can it be improved? And then new instruments are renovation passports, which support building owners in their renovation journey, so they can set out a pathway on how to renovate a building. One-stop shops will give technical advice and technical assistance to building owners who want to renovate buildings. And there are also provisions on financing, both private financing and public financing. And one step change that we see with the EPBD now is that there needs to be a focus on vulnerable households in public financing and on deep renovation, so that money is really invested where it has the biggest impact and where it's needed most. Another important area is the decarbonization of buildings. You might have wondered why the directive is not called Energy Efficiency of Buildings Directive. That's because it doesn't only cover energy efficiency. Energy performance goes further. It's energy efficiency, and it's also how clean are the sources, how well are renewables integrated in the building. So it's both. And in the area of decarbonization, we will see that all new buildings will need to be built as zero emission buildings, and solar installations will be rolled out on Europe's roof, and gradually boilers powered by fossil fuels, the use of fossil fuels in boilers will need to be phased out. And the last area covered by the EPBD is modernization, system integration, making buildings a flexible part of the energy system in order to enable better integration of renewables. So, for example, installing recharging points for e-vehicles in buildings that are capable of smart charging, capable of reacting to the availability of electricity. And also general more digitalization of buildings. So I'm afraid I can't move my slide. But... Okay. Okay, then in that case, I'll just keep speaking without the slide. Okay. So now I'd like to come to the when. What is going to happen when? So the EPBD entered into force in May last year, and there's already one provision that had to be transposed by member state by 1st of January of this year, which deals with phasing out financial incentives for fossil fuel boilers. But most provisions, all the other provisions, will need to be transposed by 29th of May 2026. And the ball is very much now in the member states' camp. And whether we will reach the objectives that the EU has set for building policy will now really depend on the implementation in member states, what member states do, how member states choose to be ambitious or not. So members of national parliaments, like you who are present here today, will play a crucial role in how this will play out. Then I had mentioned already the strategic document, the National Building Renovation Plans. So for those, the first draft will need to be transmitted by the end of the year. So work should have started on that as well, with the implication of all national actors, including the parliaments. And these plans will be assessed by the Commission, similar to the National Energy and the National Energy and Climate plans. And the Commission will issue recommendations, and then the final plans are due by the end of December 2026. And just to mention that these national building renovation plans, they are part of the National Energy and Climate plans. The first ones come before, because otherwise the timeline would not have worked. But after that, they will be an integral part of the National Energy and Climate plans. So last but not least, we come to the how. So I have to admit that implementing the EPBD will certainly be a challenging task. And it's not going to be easy, but member states are not left alone. They are not on their own in that. And we as the Commission, we support as much as we can. One thing that we do is we are working on guidance documents that explain how these provisions can be implemented, how they are to be understood. And our aim is really to show ways to practically implement in a simple and effective manner these provisions, and to set out different routes also that the member states can take. And these guidance documents, we intend to issue them by the middle of this year. Then there's a very interesting forum, which is the Concerted Action EPBD, that is financed by the Commission, where experts from member states that deal with implementation meet and discuss and exchange on best practices and get inspired by each other's experiences and ideas. We also, of course, give bilateral support to the member states and those that need specific technical support in a specific area, for example, data collection on buildings, they can apply for the technical support instrument. And coming to the end of my presentation, I address the elephant in the room, which is financing. Because of course, the first question that we hear is who is going to pay for that? And investing in building renovation, it is an investment. It's not a cost, it's not lost. It usually pays back sooner or later, but we have the upfront costs that need to be covered. And therefore, financing is really a crucial issue we continue to be working on. There are already now several instruments that can be used, the cohesion policy funds, in the future, the social climate fund, the recovery and resilience facility has enormous amounts of money that could be used for building renovation. And in our current estimates, there are more than 100 billion are available between 2023 and 2030. But there are, of course, some unknowns, and it also largely depends on what choices will be made in the new MFF. And there, in one thing I need to mention in any case, because that is going to be certain, is that the public money available will not cover all the costs. So there needs to be mobilization of private finance. We work on that intensely, and I think there's going to be another contribution also zooming in on ideas for that. We also work with the European Investment Bank and financial institutions. And here, the upcoming affordable housing plan also comes into play, because one of the actions there will be that together with the IAB, a pan-European investment platform will be established to attract investment for affordable and sustainable housing. And it's important to underline that the goal is not only affordable housing, it's affordable and sustainable housing, both. And this goes hand in hand, because the more energy efficient a home, the more sustainable it is, but it will also have lower energy bills and therefore be more affordable. So with this, I have arrived at the end, and I hope you have enjoyed the short ride through the building legislation, and I'm looking forward to the exchange.
Thank you very much, Nina. And I think it would be best to keep the questions to the very end, because else we might get lost on our agenda. So I will pass the floor immediately to you, Mirella. How to get to big scale renovations?
Yes, let's see. There should be a slide deck, because of course, coming from the corporate world, we like to have our slides. A brief introduction about myself. I am Mirella. Now the slides are also not working for me, but I will just keep them. So I come from 9 years, started my career 9 years working for the fossil fuel industry, then moved into the wind industry for 15 years, and now have been working with energy efficiency and specifically insulation materials for 10 years. So I really can say that I have the experience across all areas of energy and energy transition. I represent manufacturing. I represent the Rockwool Group, as Picard mentioned earlier, and I'm not afraid to say that I represent manufacturing, because I think that is essential, and we play an essential role in the energy transition and energy efficiency in particular. Rockwool is a provider predominantly of insulation materials, but not just any insulation materials. Not all materials are made equally, and we manufacture only stone wool insulation. We're a pure player, because we choose strategically to have circular, non-combustible, acoustic and natural materials that we put on the market. So again, as Picard was saying, when we talk about energy efficiency, we shouldn't just talk about energy savings. We should be talking about improving the built environment, improving people's homes, and improving health and well-being, because that really plays a big part of what we do. So when we look at the building stock, and we've just been nicely introduced into this subject, we're looking at Europe's most valuable asset, right? The building stock is by far
where there is most value and most funds and most investments in the EU, which translates directly into meaning that it is the citizens' most valuable assets. Because we all know the numbers about spending 90% of our time indoors. Well, that 90%, whether we're working, we're playing, we're recovering, we're studying, or we're working in a building, it leaves something behind to citizens. So again, when we talk about improving the building stock and improving in energy efficiency, let's not talk about less consumption only. Of course, it improves our energy and bills, but there's so much more that we're able to offer European citizens by improving the building stock. More than any other piece of legislation, the EPBD does touch people's lives in so many ways. And the narrative so far has been, it's negative. Who's going to take the cost? Who's going to take the burden? But let's look at the positives of how renovating and upgrading a building really does impact so many people in a positive way. Think about your children going to school or people recovering in a nursing home and how essential it is to make sure that they have a safe and healthy environment to live and work in. So again, going beyond just energy savings. When we look at energy efficiency and the Energy Performance of Building Directive, we really are looking at, again, the EU must-win goals that are met on so many different levels. And again, when I say the EU, I talk about EU citizens. This is not just for the people sitting in this room, it's for everybody. It helps us achieve our climate goals, reducing CO2 emissions by transitioning our heating and cooling away from fossil fuels. And I'll double click on a few of these a little bit further on in the presentation. Energy security, the numbers have been said several times. We can achieve energy independence by reducing our energy consumption. Again, in today's world, more essential than ever, we really need to become independent from imports. One thing that is really close to my heart is also the just transition. We're talking about renovating 25 million homes. This is, again, regardless of whether you are a homeowner or the building is yours, you all participate and live within these buildings. So it's key to understand that also renovating has no geographical constraints, whether it's Northern Europe, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, everybody lives in a building. The distribution of the funds that were just being mentioned, there are funds that need to go into the member states and into the markets. There's no preferred member state because everybody has a building stock. So it really is a way that we can allow for the wealth to be distributed equally. Also, let's consider that the companies working within the construction industry are small, medium companies. They're normally working within a 50-kilometer radius. So when you're talking about local for local and local communities, I think more than any other industry, energy efficiency, energy performance of buildings, construction really hits the mark. Again, we spoke about it earlier and I'll come back to it, European competitiveness. European companies are at the forefront of energy efficiency. The technologies are predominantly European. And because the products naturally don't travel well, they are produced locally in the market for the market. And when we're talking about clean industrial jobs, normally for every job that we create in the factory, we're creating at least 3 jobs indirectly. So again, creating new jobs in the market for the market. Then, of course, energy transition, consuming less in our building stock allows us to free up electricity that will help the decarbonization of industry. And I think that we really feel that we're an industry that wants to decarbonize and we want to decarbonize quickly, but our biggest struggle today is actually getting access to the clean energy in the grid. So the more we can release energy for industrial decarbonization, then the better. But scaling up energy efficiency, Nina was mentioning the 1% renovation rate, which we've never really been able to achieve. Why is that? One of the reasons is that we're not able to scale up capacity sufficiently. If member states are to achieve the goals they've been given, they need availability of material, they need support with logistics, they need support in getting products to the projects. And we can do that if we also get some help in cutting the red tape of what it takes to put in a factory in the European countries. This is becoming more and more difficult. We talk about cutting the red tape for renewables, which is essential. We all agree that we need faster time to market for renewable energy, but we also need faster time to market in getting sustainable, clean products to the market. So it's not only decarbonizing our footprint, which we're committed to doing. Rockwool puts aside 100 million euros a year for sustainable investments in our own footprint, but we also need to get those greener products into the market to make the built environment cleaner. And for that, we also need some support from the European Union in cutting the red tape, in getting products and production up and running. Energy independence, we discussed that briefly. Let's see if I can get the slides moving again. I think that's been touched upon several times, so I won't go into great detail. We already said that by reducing the energy that we consume, we can achieve full independence in the European Union. There's the IEA numbers, there's several numbers available that will explain that. So I'm going to go straight into the mandatory goals. Mandatory goals are there. Picard was talking about regulation earlier. As an industry, I think when you're an industry that has financial and robust strength, you actually welcome regulation. It helps us get better. It helps us work better and more efficiently, and then we're able to put better and more efficient products into the market. So we're not afraid of renovation, actually of regulation. We actually embrace it because it forces us to work in a much better way. The member states now have to transpose this regulation into international regulation. And the key thing, again, is not energy efficiency for the sake of energy efficiency, but doing it right. We've seen too many occasions where there have been energy efficiency stories that have been less successful, either because there were not enough skilled workers to do the installation right. There were shortcuts taking on the choice of products, making the buildings energy efficiency, but not resilient, not fire safe. And this is something that we simply can't afford to do. So creating a blueprint on how to do renovation and how to get it right is something that, as a private company, we want to work with more with public entities and municipalities in upskilling not only the workforce, but the municipalities and governments themselves. Because I think that Picard really hit on something when he said there needs to be a better understanding on what energy efficiency is and what it means for people at large. We talk about the goals. Again, I won't go into the numbers, but how we're going to achieve these goals is the question right now. And that will mean upskilling the workforce. We struggle. I just came back from one of our factories. We struggle to get people into the apprentices in our factories. We need to make these jobs attractive. We need to incentivize young people to look at the construction industry as a possible future for them. Again, we need to do a better job in our narrative, and we also need to provide the tools and the forums so that young people really can choose the sort of bricks and mortar jobs and not only want to choose the jobs behind the screens. And I'm one of those people that sits behind the screens. But if we are to achieve 1 in 4 buildings of renovation, then we really need the workforce to come alongside with us. Again, we spoke about just transition. It is 25 million homes, regardless of where you sit geographically. This is a massive impact. There were numbers mentioned with energy poverty. That is a European issue. It's not only a problem of developing countries. And I think sometimes we really forget that. We really forget that there's a lot of people living in the Western world that are suffering from energy poverty. And with the continuous increase in energy in Europe, it really blocks sometimes how we manage to get forward in this case. So how do we get it on the ground? I think that the regulation is there, the frameworks are there, we know what to do, we know what we need to achieve, but how do we do it? First, prioritize implementation, get the member states to work on their renovation plans. Let's support, we're willing to support in every way we can, create that training, make sure that we go for deep renovations. Let's not do renovation poorly and then find ourselves in the same situation 10 years down the road. Let's do the short-term action, but let's look long-term. Finance, already been mentioned. It's there, the financing is there. I cannot tell you how many financial institutions we speak to who say that they have funding for renovation projects in different countries, and some of it remains untapped. Now, I am an Italian, so I'm going to talk about the super bonus that has been long and broadly discussed, which maybe went a little bit too far with 110%, but it was a way of accelerating renovation. The amount of renovation that took place, again, it was a very attractive term, perhaps too attractive, but it was a way to efficiently get it moving on the ground in a very fast way. Execution was not perfect, but the idea of allowing the consumer to avoid the huge upfront costs really did get it moving. We didn't see it move that fast in any other country. So it has its flaws, but it needs to be similar programs would not be amiss if we looked at them more closely across Europe and tried to harmonize these programs. Again, capacity is essential. If there's no capacity and no availability of products, of good, strong, sustainable products, then of course the work cannot get done. And to quote Mario Draghi, another Italian, let's help European companies with proven decarbonization technologies scale up their investments. We have decarbonized technologies. We are electrifying our own manufacturing, and we're bringing cleaner products to the market. And then finally, as I said, another way to get energy efficiency on the ground and to accelerate the EPBD is to have industrial companies invest in Europe for Europe. We're currently building 5 new factories in Europe. We hope to build a lot more, but we need that legislative certainty. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And sorry for pressing a bit, but looking at the time, I want that we have some time for the questions and answers, obviously, which is why I give the floor now to my right. Thibault will tell us about financing.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone, and thank you to EUFORES for inviting WWF to be part of that conversation. So indeed, I will touch upon one specific instrument proposal, which is the European Renovation Loan. But before that, I would like to go, and I think we have a problem with that. Thank you. To go back to the financing landscape and the path that we need to take to achieve our energy efficiency and building renovation objectives. And as this was already said, the key challenge that we face today is a big funding gap. It was estimated actually by the Institute for Climate Economics at roughly 335 billion euros annually between 2024 and 2030 in order to reach our energy renovation targets. Now, that's an important number. That's a massive one, but that's not insurmountable, especially because most of this financing should come from private sources. So that funding gap, it is widely acknowledged by the Commission. In particular, if we look at the mission letter of Commissioner Jorgensen, it clearly says that we need to unlock both public and private investment mechanisms for both affordable and sustainable housing. So there's a broad agreement that we have a funding gap. We need to urgently move from sluggish investment to investment at a greater scale. And so once we agree on that, the next logical questions are indeed, where should the money come from and where should it go? Next slide, please. And one element that we should really look at to answer those questions is the very diverse socioeconomic landscapes of households in the EU, because this is the only way that we can ensure that our funding model is actually efficient. So the first thing that we see when we look at that landscape, it's actually an advantage. It's that a bit more than 2/3 of the households in the EU actually are homeowners. And about 44% of the people living in the EU, they own their home outright. So that means that they fully own that property already. So that's something that is an opportunity for us to step up renovation. However, when we also look at the 200 million households in the EU, what we see is that there's a lot of disparity on the socioeconomic profiles of households. And we can roughly identify 4 main population segments. This is a simplification of the reality, of course, but that's good for sense making. We have the energy poor homes. So these are the most vulnerable. They cannot even adequately heat their homes. Homes with poor economics, who are generally considered high credit risk. So it's hard for them to secure a loan or a mortgage extension. The standard households, it's roughly half of the people in the EU. They have the stable finances, so they actually can have a mortgage extension or a renovation loan. And then the wealthy households who can renovate their home fully independently. Next. And so what we actually need, it's a comprehensive financing architecture that looks at both the public and the private investment with diverse funding sources and also diverse financial instruments that are tailored to the needs of each population segment. So there's many instruments up there, so I won't go through them all, but for example, for energy poor homes, the renovations, they cannot be justified only by the potential energy savings. So for this group in particular, we should extend the grant coverage and we should classify those as social investments. When we look at standard households, on the other hand, the private benefits that come with renovating, they justify the private investments. So we don't need so much public funding, maybe a few tax incentives to boost, but the green mortgages, the green loans, they can do most of the heavy lifting there. So through lower interest rates, streamlined application processes as well, and so on. And between these two, you can see there's the homes with poor economics. It's 40 million people, 20 million of them are homeowners. Those are, for example, young couples who have little savings and also a lot of elderly people who have home equity, but they cannot secure a new loan or a mortgage extension because of their age or a little pension. So these people, they are underserved by the current financial system. And this is exactly where the EU renovation loan can actually have an impact. And that's on the, thank you. So the EU renovation loan, it's an instrument, it's a proposal that was actually developed by a consultancy firm called the Climate Strategy and Partners. So we do not take the credit there, but we actively support the idea. And so what would it look like? So it would be an EU-backed, so a publicly backed, but a privately contracted loan. So that loan will be collateralized to the building. So that means that the loan would be secured against the property and not against the borrower's personal creditworthiness. So that's especially interesting for those people, for those homes with poor economics. It would work on a zero coupon basis, meaning that the principal and the interests, they would be paid in the end and not on a recurring basis. And this can ensure that the cash savings from the lower energy bills, they are felt immediately by the households without needing to calculate how much time it will take to cover the borrowing costs. So this zero coupon structure, it allows homeowners to pay back the money either at the sale of the property, at its transfer, so for example, during inheritance, or after 30 years. The borrowing amount should be capped at home value, so we cannot borrow more than your home is worth. And the repayment of interest would be at EU borrowing costs, which is currently at 2.5% over 30 years. And this is especially important to ensure affordability. We think the ECB, so the European Central Bank, could provide a specific program to give liquidity to the commercial banks, who could then next distribute the ERL in the EU. And lastly, very importantly, the ERL, it should benefit from an EU guarantee to reduce the lending risks. So this ensures fairness, because that means that all borrowers, regardless of their credit standing, they can access the same interest rates. And this guarantee, it could come, for example, from the Invest EU, which is a program that is already up and running and that does provide guarantee to certain renovation projects already. It could be backed by the Social Climate Fund and so on. And what's crucial to remember there is that the use of a guarantee, it is a high budgetary efficiency mechanism. Simply because with a guarantee, you can actually unlock significantly more financing for renovation than, for example, with a grant, which is the instrument that is typically used to accelerate renovations. And that's especially important as we currently have public funds that are stretched. To conclude very quickly, I think what makes the ERL particularly interesting in the context of the renovation wave, it is that it is actually proceeding at the scale of the renovation wave, which is not the case of many financial instruments at the moment. So it could be delivered through thousands of EU banks. So it is reusing the existing financial infrastructures. And in that way, you can touch upon and target millions of homeowners, which is far beyond the capacity of local governments or authorities alone. I think my time is up, so I'll stop there. But you can read our latest briefing. It's going to be on the slides, and you can reach out via my mail. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Thibault, also for being so concise. You may clap. You may clap. And last but not least, Kieran, it's your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jutta. And I guess I want to speak from the perspective of having been the rapporteur on the EPBD. But Claude Termes told me not to go off message. I think of Claude as being the godfather of EUFORES. He's there in the background telling us what needs to happen and what we need to do. So Claude gave me very specific instructions, and I will try and keep to the brief that you gave to me. So I want to talk about the making of the law, how we overcome opposition, my advice for implementing this law at a member state level, and then, advice on how we can really improve the implementation of it. The first thing I'd say is the law didn't come out in isolation to everything else was happening. The zeitgeist of 2019 was an extraordinary one, with tens of thousands of climate strikers on the streets and a huge push to make climate action a reality through legislation. So I think the wind was absolutely blowing in the right direction at that time between David Attenborough and Greta Thunberg, and a big increase in support at the ballot box for progressive parties that wanted to see greater action. And we soon had a European climate law, and we had this announcement of a Fit for 55 package of about 20 different pieces of legislation. So that made the way easy to bring in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. And even before we started working on that law, I had the task of coordinating a report for the European Parliament on the renovation wave. And that really said, look, we have a problem. We're not renovating buildings quickly enough. We need to speed up, and maybe we need new legislation to make this happen. So that certainly made it easy to propose a new climate law. And yet, home is a very emotional subject for all of us. And politicians know this. And when Salvini from Italy said, Brussels wants to take your home, he knew his political message was a strong one. So we had to reach out and say, Brussels does not want to take your home, but we do want to give people longer, healthier lives in buildings where the air is clean and where you lead a good life and a comfortable life. So that it was an easy task to communicate at one level. I think it was also important in making of the law that we met with everybody. So we reached out to industry. Obviously, industry reached out to us in return, but we had roundtables with many different parts of the private sector, and we listened very carefully to what they had to say. But we also had roundtables with civil society. So again, a listening exercise to the concerns and the wishes of what civil society wanted to see happen. And then within the Parliament, obviously the politics in the European Parliament come from the left, from the right, and from the centre. And to those who were arguing quite strongly from the left, I was able to say, look, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is an opportunity to give tenants security in their home. It's an opportunity to reduce their heating bills. To the right, I was able to say, this is an extraordinary opportunity for creating good quality European jobs. And of course, with my own colleagues within the Green Group, I could say this is an amazing opportunity for climate action. But different messages to different political groups. And obviously, over the last 2 years, the issue of energy security has been so important. Do we want to get our energy from oligarchs and despots, or do we want to reduce the energy demand and use renewables more fully? And it's important to remember that within this directive, we're not just talking about more efficient buildings, we're talking about rooftop solar to supply the renewables that you might use in your home, but also you might plug in your e-bike or your car to get the energy that you need for your daily life. And I know of examples from Ireland where people cover their roof in solar panels and they get all the energy they need for their car as well as their home. So these kind of success stories are really important, and we did use them in the making of the law. Then when it came to the law itself, it would be easy to pick on the countries, on the member states that have very low levels of energy efficiency and say, you need to do all the work. However, we had to make political choices, and echoing that language from the Brundtland report 30 years ago of common but differentiated responsibilities, we said that every member state has to do some work. Even in Finland, even in Denmark, where the level of insulation and energy efficiency is high, you also need to improve what you're doing. And I think that helped to sell the law to the different countries. I think it was also important as an MEP to reach out to the Commission, but also to the Council. And as we got towards the end of the process, there was a real danger that the law would disappear because war had started in Ukraine. People had different issues on their mind. So I remember going down to Luxembourg to an energy council and meeting with the teams from different energy ministers and meeting some of the energy ministers and talking about the importance of tackling buildings. As you said, 40% of the energy is used in buildings, so it makes sense. And I would use all those techniques if I was an MP within a country trying to say, how do we move this on within your own country? I think you need to look at what is working in your own member state and continue doing that. And I think you have to reflect on, obviously, different climates around Europe, different building typologies, different ownership, different technologies. But I love to talk about, the renewable map of Europe. And in the north and in the mountains, you have hydropower. In the west, you have wind. In the east, you have geothermal. In the south, you have sunshine. All of these renewable technologies help us to get to where we're going. And, I'm one of those deep retrofit bores. I can open my phone and tell you, oh, I'm getting all the power for our home today from the sunshine. In Ireland, that's not easy to do, but it's a nice success story when you are joining together rooftop solar, mechanical ventilation and heat recovery, a heat pump, underfloor heating, and you end up with a lovely, comfortable home. The air quality is better, and the quality of life for the people living there is good as well. looking ahead, I think we do need to learn from what's worked and maybe from what hasn't worked perfectly. Yes, the super bonus in Italy, and I was down in Turin over the last few days, and some people were very enthusiastic. Some people were not enthusiastic. They said, have you seen how much money went on the super bonus? So I would advocate using a scalpel, not a shotgun, in terms of incentives. I think it's also very important, and the European Court of Auditors looked at 4 different regions, and they said in no region did they measure the actual final use of energy before renovation and the actual final use of energy afterwards. So I think a scheme should really be able to say, how much were you using beforehand? How much are you using afterwards? Not in theory, but actually in practice. So if we can do that, that to me is one of the ways forward, to learn from what the European Court of Auditors said. The final few things I'd say is, look at what the targets are. In very simple terms, by the year 2030, 5 years away, we want to have a 16% reduction in energy in the residential sector, and we want to tackle in the non-residential sector the worst performing 16% of buildings. We want to start with bite-sized chunks. Yes, we know where we want to get to by 2050, but the pathway to doing that, we can negotiate that. And sometimes it's simply installing thermostatic radiator valves. So it doesn't mean that you have to open your wallet and throw huge amounts of money. Yes, deep renovations are best if you have the finance to do so, but certainly for the first 5 or 10 years of the implementation of this directive, it's doable without really big costs. So incremental changes may be the way to go on this. The last thing I would say would be to target the most vulnerable, because they are the people with high bills who cannot afford their energy bills at the end of the month. Try and keep the schemes relatively simple but verifiable. One last lesson as we look towards the introduction of the emissions trading scheme being applied to both transport and the building sector. We've actually been doing this in Ireland for the last few years, but we were very clear to the general public about what we're using the money for. We're using the money to give it to, we're using the revenue from the emissions trading scheme, from the carbon tax, to give grants to people to renovate their homes. We're giving you the money back. And if you can't afford it, we're actually paying for the renovation 100% if you simply don't have an income or you're living in energy poverty. And because, you know, in the real life world of politics, you have to make sure that you get political acceptability. We're also giving some of the emissions trading scheme revenue to the farmers. Why? Because it always makes sense to give money to farmers. It deals with some of the opposition that you get. And I think as we look at the ETS2 in Europe, there is a real danger that there will be significant public opposition. And I think we have to be really transparent and really clear about how we use the money. And I think that will lead to success in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran. And we have 7 minutes left. We might extend it a bit depending on the number of questions we would get from the audience. I have some myself, so if you need an icebreaker, I could do it, but I'm sure that there are questions here. Please. And introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. I'm Adrian Giurgiu, MP from Romania. I'll be brief. I saw that the funds are available for renovation. My question is, are they available for new buildings too? Or would it create a loophole to build bad houses and get renovation grants afterwards? And I wanted to point out that we already have an affordable housing problem, and more efficient and more loans would increase the buildings, the total cost or the price of the buildings. House with solar panels, good insulation and heat pumps will always be more expensive. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of efficient homes, but what are the solutions so that every European would have access to such a house? Thank you.
So thanks a lot for the question. Interesting approach to the financing. It depends really on the funds. For example, the Social Climate Fund, which will use the money from the ETS extension to buildings. That one can also be used for building homes for the most vulnerable. In principle, generally money is better invested in building renovation because also for new buildings, usually they already have a high standard. We've had the EPBD for quite a long time. It already has, new build is already good, so it doesn't need to be necessarily funded. And I agree with you that building very energy efficient homes is a bit more expensive than building crappy homes, but it's really only an incremental cost increase, which is very quickly paid back through the lower energy bills. So I think for the new build, indeed, we have now the housing crisis and the housing commissioner. We have an affordable housing plan, but our commissioner has also made very clear already that we shouldn't put up affordable housing against sustainable housing. The two really go together.
Thank you very much. Next question, please. Yes, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me well? Great. My name is Philippe Dumitriu. I'm director of FEDEREN, the European Federation of Regions and Energy Agencies. I'm also Romanian, so we're clearly taking over. But today I'm representing a European network of regional and local energy agencies. Would they help municipalities, cities, regions, citizens, companies as well to invest in energy transition and building renovation and fuel switch being their core business? So I do have a question. The EPBD mandates the establishment of one-stop shops for every 80,000 inhabitants, or at least one per region, which is a great mechanism, and it's a great success of several of the people on this panel and in the room as well. Great mechanism to tailor renovation to socioeconomic groups, as it was mentioned. Also to reach scale, to truly embed renovation in the social tissue at local level, and to reach the trust of people, which is actually the biggest problem. Finance can be solved, technical and technology can be solved, but the trust of people, that is the hardest one. My question is, how can you make sure that the national governments actually deliver on this? Making sure that these one-stop shops truly are embedded in the social tissue, but also that they're focused on reaching the highest levels of CO2 reduction emissions. So not focusing just on 2030, but on 2050. Just like breaking the brick requires a karate approach and looking beyond the brick. How do you make sure? Quoting Picard, Mr. Picard. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one way of ensuring that it happens is to ensure that the national building renovation plans are satisfactory. And while each member state can adopt a different approach, the annex, I think Annex 2 of the directive is very specific about the information that is required. For instance, the member state has to illustrate how it will target the vulnerable, how it will address the financing issue. So I think the national building renovation plans will be quite comprehensive in what they lay out. The second part of your question, how will we ensure that the CO2 reduction does happen? Look, the targets are laid down in law, and like any directive, they have to be achieved. And hopefully the renovation plans will help, as well as the climate and energy plans. But I don't know if anyone else wants to tackle this.
Just specifically on Romania, I think you actually have one of the countries that has one of the strongest building codes, if not the strongest building code in Europe. And they've just passed a legislation in Romania where not only are you where you renovate not only for energy efficiency, but you renovate for safety. So actually the fire resilience, the products that can be selected on buildings in Romania, on both high-rise, low-rise, high-risk buildings, actually are non-combustible materials only, which means that they're natural mineral fibers and not synthetic materials. So the government is actually a step ahead of many other governments in the European Union, but maybe there's a lack of sort of awareness and communication. But I can assure you that in particular, it's a member state that is ahead of the game, which also means that as a company, we are currently manufacturing our second factory in the Romanian market because of this the very regulated and strong building code. So yeah, so it's actually a step ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, someone in the back.
Hello, my name is Ron Schumann. I'm here for AG Netz, a renewable energy producer from northern Germany with around 5,000 megawatts in installed capacity, mostly wind. And we look for possibilities to make the produced electricity useful. And Germany, unfortunately, didn't implement the rules for energy sharing, but we see it as a great opportunity also for buildings, also for wind to be used as a heating source. And I would like to ask if you know how strong is it in other member states? Because, like I said, unfortunately, Germany didn't implement the rules yet.
Nina, I'm not sure whether you're, I mean, it's another unit. So probably it would be best to just ask the Commission, DG ENER, the respective unit, whether they have an overview of the implementation of the Electricity Market Directive in that regard. I have one question which is really pressing, and then you get the floor, Claude. On your, Thibault, on your EU renovation loan, which sounded really good, my question is, what's the business model for the bank? Because we saw that in Germany with various funding programs that the banks would say, hey, if I'm just passing on an interest rate and I don't have anything for myself, why should I go the length to have all that paperwork and to serve the customer?
I mean, the primary interest is on the long run, because as you can imagine, if the payback time is not on a recurring basis, but at the very end, the principal and also the interest with the compounding effect of interest are increasing. So at the very end, so in the 30 years after, or after the sale or the transfer of the property, the bank recuperates these interests that have grown over time. There's also a second component, which is that the interest rates are lower. But if this creates an opportunity for a broader amount of households to actually invest in the building renovations, what we can calculate between, well, is it better to have less loans, but with an interest rate that is higher, so more benefits for the bank, or a greater amount of loans?
With zero for the bank.
Well, the interests, with the compounding interest, after 30 years, the interest raises. So
if you just hand through the interest rate which the EU is charging you?
Normally, because the interest rates are not paid back on an annual basis, then the interest rate rises every year, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not the technical expert on that. But so after 30 years, normally, you recuperate as a bank, because the interest rates have been decoupled, a greater amount a greater bucket of money. I'm happy to go back on that to Peter Sweetman, who is actually the developer of the EU renovation loan, but that's how we understand it.
Okay. Claude, last but not least, you're between the audience and the lunch.
Yeah, I will be short. So, Claude Thomas, I'm a former member of parliament and a former energy minister. So I think for me as a minister, the biggest problem to implement renovation was the lack of skills and of, in a certain sense, big enough and efficient enough companies, construction companies, to do the renovation business. And I have the impression that as long as we don't change that, then people will be frustrated. It takes too long, it's too expensive. So what is your source? I think you are a supplier of insulation materials. I suppose that your business is also frustrated by the fact that a lot of the installers are not as skilled and as big and as performant as they could be. So what is how do we move this forward? Is it that companies like Rockwool open also so that you evolve from pure supply to be an energy service company? Are you training installers? So because I think we don't speak enough about this problem. And I think a lot of people are frustrated because they hear that the neighbor has renovated. It took much longer than it was promised. It was much more expensive than it was promised. And then, of course, you get this kind of rumor or this kind of message: renovation is bad, or is not easy, and is costly. So what can we do about that?
Yeah, so we're not moving into the energy service company space, at least not yet, but we are training. We're offering a lot of training in all of the markets, and in some markets highly successful. I think if we look at the UK, we're actually training thousands of new workers in the construction industry and installers, also on logistics. And in other markets, the reality, as I was saying before, is that we have very little sign up for people that actually want to be trained in this industry. So we are marketing, communicating, trying to make it sexy, trying to be cool as a construction industry. But the reality is that when we go out and survey students, not so many want to work in construction. When you look at the top 10 industries they want to work in, we're definitely not among the top 10. So we all have a job to try and make it attractive again. They're well-paid jobs, they're solid jobs, they're jobs that probably are not going to be taken over by AI in the near future. So we need to keep pushing that and communicate that. And we see, again, there was a report from Mario Draghi some years ago saying that the younger generation are studying the wrong things because we have too many people studying in one direction, and then we don't have anybody to do any work with their hands. But that we all have a task. But we are definitely and more frequently offering training programs and giving installers certification that they can be a Rockwool certified installer. So it's definitely in our planning.
Okay, one last, very short.
Okay, I'm trying to be brief. I'm Raquel Mendes from EDP, and I would like to you talk about all the amounts of money available for this, and we have been discussing the training activities that it should be done with the people like building up. But now what we have also is like we have countries, we have member states that have lower incomes and have like less developed infrastructures. Can we share like best practices? Can it be shared like after the first like big achievements are made, like solutions, interactions? I don't know, maybe food for thought. Thank you.
I think that goes towards the Commission, right?
I think generally the sharing of best practices is between member states. It's always encouraged, and that links back to, for example, this forum that I was talking about, the concerted action, where exactly that kind of exchange is taking place. And we are also encouraging very much the concerted action, EPBD, to discuss more on skills, because that is another elephant in the room, which is another big barrier that we see. So definitely then there are other Commission initiatives also on skills. So I think these are the fora where this happens. There's also concerted action on EED, on the Energy Efficiency Directive, on the Renewable Energy Directive. All these could work together on the topics of skills, which is really relevant across all these legislations.
Okay, so any more questions, please ask them during lunch, because I mean, obviously, I think everyone on the panel will be here for having a bite or a drink. And we also need the photo. Exactly. Thank you very much, Jan. So basically, you could find an opportunity to ask your question bilaterally. And I'm sure if it's a very relevant and interesting question, it will somehow find its way into a protocol or a reader or whatever. Thanks.
Okay, so lunch will be ready in a few minutes outside. So we will eat really in front of the room and inside here. But now whoever wants is welcome to join here around stage for a photo. Benedict, our photographer, will be somewhere in the back taking photos. So whoever wants to have a family group photo, please come to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Let's wait a little bit. I will start waiting for all the people to take seat and start the next session. That is important. It's important because it's about electricity, because it's about the importance of electrification. So we have with us Mertziel Worsdorfer. Tell me, Mertziel, because a long time trying to learn, but finally I get it after 5 years. It's quite a long time, but finally. Also with, Mertziel is Deputy Director General and Coordinator of the Just and Green Transition from the DG Energy of the European Commission. We have also Eva Chamizo, that she is the Director of European Affairs of Iberdrola. We have also Paul Kinney, the CEO of the European Heat Pump Association, and my right, Julia Poliskanova, the Senior Director of Vehicles and E-Mobility Supply Chain of Transport and Environment. That is also like a think tank on transport and environment, but of course in the just transition and the European Green Deal. So we are going to speak about the importance of electrification. You know, the biography of everyone is in the page of the event. But I will start with Mertziel, and then I will make very short questions. Then you try to answer in a short manner to make agile the debate, but if you need more time, ask me for more time. In any case, please let them space to the debate, okay, to the people, to engage with people from different countries. So, Mertziel, we are waiting for a climate target for 2040. That also can mean a new renewable target for 2040, or even some different targets for electrification. What do you say from the Commission? What do you expect? Not because you are the responsible, but which are your thoughts about boosting electrification in Europe in the common files that are coming to the Parliament and the co-legislators?
So thank you very much, Nicolas. Dear all, a pleasure to be here and including on the topic of electrification. So to reply directly to your question, so 2040, we will come out in the next coming weeks with the 2040 greenhouse gas emission target, a confirmation which is in line with climate neutrality by 2050. And in the mission letter of my commissioner, Dan Jurgensen, there's also the need to come out with a 2040 renewables target. But what we already know, and that's in the Clean Industrial Deal and in the action plan on affordable energy, that we are right now at 21.3% electrification, and it's stagnating since 10 years. So what we announced in our Clean Industrial Deal to go up to 32% electricity by 2030. And that's in line with our renewables target, which you know well, 42.5. So we need much more renewables. We need more energy efficiency because that is there. And with electrification, we can get both more efficiency. We need more renewables to bring the electrification. That's good for affordability. That's good for security in the current because it's domestic. It's good for climate because we decrease fossil fuel and we boost electrification. And then it's good for the demand sectors. And I'm sure we hear more about heat pumps, but also electric vehicles and other sectors where we need to electrify. So we have 32% right now in our clean industrial deal. And we come out with an action plan on electrification, probably beginning next year. It's announced as well, where we will look at the obstacles, but also the main drivers. So it's very clear that we need to go there. The benefits are there, but we need also to be aware of the challenges, because if we electrify more, what we want to do, we need to make sure that the demand is not driving up the prices. So we need also flexibility between demand and supply, flexible demand. And that we can reach with heat pumps again, or with bidirectional charging for EVs, or for any other end sector utilization. So we want electrification, we want increased electrification for all the good things, but we need to be aware that we don't drive up prices, because what you probably heard already this morning from Ditte is affordable energy is our aim, and it's obviously needed for competitiveness.
Thank you. And I go now, I will follow the order of the presentation. I go now with Eva. Eva is from a company, Iberdrola, that is trying to switch off fossil. They managed to switch off fossil and go through renewables. I think that Iberdrola is one of the European companies that can show us that there is a big business. There is a big business when it comes to renewables and the potential of the business of make renewables in Europe. So what is Iberdrola view on electrification? Why do we have to go to more electrification in Europe? Which are the benefits? I know the benefits, but tell me from the side of Iberdrola, what do you expect to get in electrification? Because I think that you also see business in electrification.
Yeah, thank you. So if there is no business in electrification, there's no electrification, because of course companies need a business case to invest. What do we see in electrification? What we see in electrification, I prepared just some quick slides. Well, the first one, sorry? Oh, sorry, I'm too small. MEPs are big.
No, you can use the.
But I don't see where it is.
I did not this. Sometimes they say.
Okay, just don't worry. So no, what Nicolas was saying is clear. We have been for more than 20 years considering that electrification, and besides clean electrification, in particular with renewables, was a very good business for companies and also for the society that we live in. So we have been I put some figures here in order to show you, we have probably the largest investors in the wind and solar. We have a lot of networks because physically you need to make the electricity arrive. A lot of battery storage and hydro pumping. And then we also have some renewable hydro working. But why do we need electrification? I think it was very interesting when the Commissioner Jorgensen brought out his affordable energy plan. And we can see in the column in the right what we would save if we stop fuel imports. I think the numbers talk by themselves. So what we have tried to put in the left is one important part that we are not yet electrifying, and it is heating processes in industry. They amount for 25% of the consumption of the European Union, and more than 75% of them, and we are being very generous and very cautious, more than 75% is produced with fossil fuel sources. So, I don't know why this doesn't work. Jens, can you? No, it doesn't. Okay, there. And this is, I think, one of the things that why we are convinced that we have to electrify. In the right, you can see exactly what Mehdi was talking about. China has been electrifying. In 2000, they had 10% of electrification of the economy. 2025, they are arriving to 30, and 2035, they will be over 35%. Europe has deployed a lot of renewables, but is not going to do the same because its demand is stagnating. So I think we welcome very much the 2% target of electrification that Europe is envisaging. These are not our competitors. So we have in the right China. So they are electrifying. They don't have fossil fuels. They are electrifying, and their factories, et cetera, are beginning to be so efficient and so modern that we are beginning to see that European industry needs to step up electrification, or we will have an industry that is the 19th century industry. If you go to the left, then we have what happens in the United States. And then a lot of people are still not convinced that we have to phase out gas and oil. And they say, no, in these times, we don't need climate change, fighting against climate change because the geopolitical circumstances are against electrification. But, well, okay, you don't believe in decarbonization? Look at the numbers. Maybe you believe in what European industry needs to be competitive. In the US, they have gas at 15 euro per megawatt hour a year. In Europe, if you buy at that price, and this is if you get the gas, if the provider is reliable, et cetera, just imagine normal circumstances, you have to add more than about 17 euro to get there. So while the US industry is paying for about 15 euro megawatt hour, the European industry should be paying 32 euro per megawatt hour. And when we add taxes, we see that in the European Union, we have 4 times more taxes than in the European Union. If we go to the following slide, because I don't know. Okay, this is a slide that I find extremely interesting, and I will explain it to you. These are historical data in Spain. This is not a projection. This is what has happened in Spain in the last years. From 2015 to 2024, this is a Spanish central bank graph. The red line that you see in 0 is the reference of the cost of fossil fuel sources to produce electricity. When you have, and the yellow line, the yellow points, is what is the price of electricity at a pace of the more penetration. So the more penetration of renewables, you see where you go with your electricity price. So at 30% of penetration of renewables, you are more or less at the same price of fossil fuels. But immediately after, it is a curve that comes down like this. So when you are in 70% of penetration, I'm sorry, I think this is my phone. And sorry. So what it is important in this graph is that when everyone is saying electricity is super expensive, well, here you have Europe is doing an immense effort to electrify with renewables. These are the historical data of a member state that has had an important penetration. And this is what will happen in Europe if we continue building renewables and arriving to the demand. And this is why we enter now, and why we think that electrification is necessary. Electrification is necessary because we need, first of all, to have a clean planet. And secondly, because we need to be efficient and competitive again. So we have analyzed industry, how they work. And we have, with these heat processes that I was talking about, we have realized, and not only us, a lot of think tanks around these calculations, that 62% of the processes can be electrified with existing technologies. I'm not talking about investing in new technology, no, existing technologies. If you segment the industry, as the Commission, for instance, has done in the state aid framework for the Clean Industrial Deal, you can see that in the left, you see industries that use temperature under 500. Industries as important as pharmaceuticals, food and beverage, pulp, paper, wood, transport, but not the vehicle itself, the technology in order to build vehicles, pneumatics, etc., equipment, machinery. They represent half, I don't know if we, because I don't see the down of the slide, these ones represent almost 50% of this heat demand. The second one are the hard to abate. Those ones represent 50% more or less of the demand as well. And these ones cannot be electrified with existing technologies. So we need to keep innovating and finding out solutions. And then you have industry that is already fully electrified, but this is non-ferrous metals and part of the steel production, and they are facing huge external competition and overcapacity from outside the European Union, apart from electricity cost. But the most important problem they're facing, and they recognize it, is the overcapacity and the tariffs that are not imposed and happen here. So we have thought of solutions. So if we go to the following slide, there we are. We have an easy to abate industry. This is the low hanging fruit. We have existing technologies, and these existing technologies are heat pumps, e-boilers with or without thermal storage, and any other technology that can come and begin to apply. This is, as some are saying, this is technological neutrality. You just need to have a technology that is marketable. And this would represent, if we went to hybrid solutions and to little by little electrify this industry, this represents a demand of 600 terawatt-hour per year. In order to give you a scale, 600 terawatt-hour per year is the demand of gas in Spain for a year. Twice, because it is the demand, almost the demand of Germany a year. Germany has 850 terawatt-hour per year in gas demand. So this would be like decarbonizing Germany in a year. So I think it's something that we have to look into. And then you have this hard to abate. They need to promote innovation. Still, other technologies will come. And then the electrified industry. This is an industry that would very much, they need direct support, of course, but they also would benefit very much of the electrification of the easy to abate, because what they would see is that grids are deployed, so tariffs are reduced, and because the low-hanging fruit can be electrified with storage, then in the peak hour times for electricity, they would benefit of a curve that can be flattened. And if we go to the following slide, then I have a real example, and I thought it was interesting to tell you about. We, as Iberdrola, talk very much to industry. This is why we have understood what are the problems and have tried to bring the Commission the, let's say, easy problems, the ones that we have to solve right now. So we were discussing with a paper company in order to produce the the data you have in the left. The idea was to reduce 18 tons of CO2 emissions. The electrification target was 50 gigawatts hour a year, and the impact was reduce 50% of the gas consumption of this factory. Why didn't it go through? Why we couldn't do it? Because when we were discussing, we found out that there are very, very, very numerous fossil fuel subsidies. In particular, gas boilers in Spain have deductions when e-boilers do not have. Is this something that the government is wanting? Very probably not. It comes from a legislation in which we wanted to phase out coal and petrol. And at that moment, gas had to be promoted. But maybe now is the time to change all this. There is also a market risk. The industry that wants to electrify always are looking around, what are my peers doing? Because my prices are very important. So we calculate the possibilities of electrification in terms of how many hours per year electricity is cheaper than gas. And this is happening in many, many, many member states, not only in Spain, in increasing number of hours. So what happens, however, if suddenly the gas price plummets, the industrial would be losing money compared to their peers. So there are formulae Netherlands and Germany have found state aid solutions that cover this market risk with a limitation, of course, and it's the number of hours that you are supposed to be producing electricity under the prices of gas. And this is working very well. So what we consider is that maybe we can bring this to the European Union. And I think that the state aid framework that the Commission is preparing has very good ideas in there, though we will answer the consultation because there are things. There is outdated technology classification. Yeah, we don't go sufficiently quick. So member states approve schemes or approve the possibility to have certifications of green, et cetera, but technology goes so fast that maybe this is something that member states also should have in mind, that there has to be a continuous analysis of the new technologies. But there are other barriers. You would be, for instance, surprised, well, taxes and levies I'm not going to repeat because I think Commissioner Jongersen has been very clear about. Important is electricity pays 4 times more taxes and levies than gas. So how can an industrial change? So when we talk about the tariffs that we need to impose because we get products that are cheap, the first tariff that we are auto-imposing ourselves is that we are putting in European products produced with electricity 4 times more taxes than in gas. Also, question relatively is a question. There is a GBER, the regulation on state aid of small amounts. If you want to have state aid, you need to produce your electricity to guarantee that it is renewable on site in 75%. When it is electricity for bulbs, for things like this, it can work. But, oh my God. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I have done. Galan calling me, because I'm saying things. I'm saying things that I shouldn't. And then what I want to say is we need to remove those barriers. There is absolutely no industry now that can electrify their heating process with 75% on-site production. This is what PPAs are for. So let's try to do that. And permitting, what can I say about permitting that is not said? So if we just to conclude, if we go to the...
Let permitting for the next.
Yeah, exactly. No, I just wanted to erase it. And then if we go to the following slide, it's just the conclusion. No, this is the one. I just wanted to conclude on the example. I don't know if I made myself clear. What I want to say is that there is the possibility to electrify already an enormous part of the energy consumption in Europe. And it is possible to do it with existing technologies, and it is possible to do it with a relatively very small funding gap. The funding gap that we have calculated is about 30%. 30% of the funding gap. And I'm going to give you a number. What we are calculating is that this 600 terawatt hour that we could electrify easily would amount for 50 billion euro in 15 years. I'm saying 50 billion along, not per year, along the 15 years. Do you know what the ETS revenues are per year? 44 billion. I'm not saying that this is because the ETS has to go here. I'm just wanted to give a number. Electrifying, the easy to electrify could be much cheaper than we think. And we can do it now and begin by the easy. So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eva. It's clear that Iberdrola have path for the decarbonization of the industry and good ideas. And Eva has a lot of passion showing their ideas. But now we know something about the industry, but it's important to think in a very important sector is housing.
Of course.
And the building sector. So now we go with Paul from the heating pump industry. Paul, it's clear that to increase electrification in Europe, we need more electricity in our homes. But sometimes for the people, for the common people, it's not easy to take the decision to switch from fossil fuels like gas to electricity because probably they don't know very well what a heat pump is and which is the availability of heating pumps for their homes. So please put some clarity to the people on that, which is the good way to increase the use of heat pumps in Europe?
Thank you very much, Nicholas. It's interesting to just to pick up from Eva. One of the slides I often use, which I haven't used today, thankfully, is the opportunity of industrial heat and industrial heat pumps. And it's really interesting. A lot of I was at a big trade fair over the last few days, but at the industrial side, you have all of these people who used to produce industrial chillers for chilling food or for whatever industrial processes. And they now all have 2 more flanges on the side for producing hot water. And it was an industrial heat pump. Now it's an industrial heat pump where they recover the heat. And I think Bertrand mentioned it earlier on about this opportunity in industry to recover all their waste heat. And what we see in this wasn't what I was planning to talk about, but I will a little bit. But what we see in the association, particularly in our industrial heat pump manufacturers, is a huge interest. Obviously, with electricity prices being high and gas prices being high, they're really trying to recover. So in the paper industry, you mentioned the paper industry already, the textile industry, but particularly in food. Like if you can imagine, so I come from Ireland, same as Kieran, and you have meat factories, and we produce a lot of meat in Ireland, and cows come in warm. You cool them down, so you have a lot of waste heat, but then you need a lot of sanitization, wash water. And you're seeing across every single meat and dairy plant, every one of those facilities managers now thinking, well, how do I just get rid of my gas boiler with just reusing my own waste heat? And that opportunity is really there, and we're seeing a huge uptake. And those barriers that you've mentioned are self-imposed barriers, and I think we need to get rid of those barriers to take opportunity. You said 600, we have 700, but who'll argue with that? So maybe I'll take a little bit of a step back and talk about the importance of electrification. We've mentioned the targets, we've mentioned a few different things over the last couple of hours, but I think one of the first things that I'd like to just kind of throw up as a slide is, you may have seen this particular one from 2 years ago. We are still very much dependent on importing our fossil fuels. Now, there is one person on that particular slide, but everyone is clear that there is another gas producing nation that we do not want to be beholden to in the future. And we have 40-ish% of our energy use in Europe is used in the production of heat. And that production of heat, if we continue to have that 40% from fossil fuels, which is mainly from fossil fuels, we will never be secure as a nation, as a continent. We still have that risk. And it is a strategic risk for Europe and China, where we do not have our own indigenous fossil fuels. That is why China is building more renewable electricity than everyone else in the world put together. And that is why they're electrifying their heat and transport. And we should be very conscious. If you are strategic, what are you going to do? You're going to get rid of your strategic weaknesses. So the Commission produced a number recently enough that said 60 billion opportunity of reducing our import dependency. So every time every house that has a gas boiler, every business that uses gas for heating, that effectively is sending money to people we do not want to send money to. And whether you care about climate or competitiveness or security, it is the same action, and you will not achieve energy security and you will not achieve security without the widespread deployment of heat pumps across our continent. Some countries are up in the high 90s of decarbonized heat, others are much further away. So we've calculated that at a household level, for the average household that has a gas boiler over 20 years, that's how much money we're talking about. It's 500 euros a year, a cup of coffee a day, maybe not around here, but an average cup of coffee in Europe maybe. And I wonder if all the constituency members that voted, a lot of the parliamentarians that are here today, would think really hard about, do you want to be continually funding one dictator or another? Because we may switch from one to another. And I think we are all aware of this particular challenge in Europe. We've seen something happen very recently in the last couple of weeks. With these geopolitical challenges, we've seen the Canadian I don't know if everyone knows this, but the Canadian liquor stores are all government owned. So if you want to buy a beer or a bottle of whiskey, you buy it off the state, which is an interesting model, as you may or may not know. But they no longer sell any American products as of last week. And I wonder, if we think about it, would we be removing gas boilers off our shelves? Or certainly thinking really hard how we would get ourselves off something that's really seeking to destabilize us. But let me talk a little bit about heat pumps and European heat pumps. So about between 60 and 73% of heat pumps deployed in Europe are made in Europe. So unlike other industries, they're not made in China. China has a huge heat pump industry for a huge heat pump demand in China. America has a heat pump industry for American heat pumps. But we make our own heat pumps. And we are very competitive. It's a global product. It's made from there are lots of different components into every heat pump, and those components are in a global world. So China set about a few years ago trying to catch up with Europe. And what did they do? They created demand. They issued regulations to say, we want to clean up our air. We want everyone to switch on to heat pumps. They gave a little bit of a subsidy. They gave a regulation. And they said, let's keep that clear like that for 15 years. What's happening? You saw the graph from Eva. The electrification rate's going up. What's the counter argument in Europe? We said in 22, build more capacity for heat pumps. All my members built factories in all of your constituencies all around Europe. They use their balance sheets to fund expansion and production. And then we have schemes closed. We have the super bonus scheme that was talked about in Italy. We have something similar in Poland. We have something similar in Austria. We have a lot of these schemes are changing all the time. We have misinformation from fossil fuel sources, from Russian sources, and from others that are seeking to destabilize heat pump rollout. And what happens? All of our manufacturers who put their balance sheet on the line to create that capacity have now got weaker balance sheets. And we talk about trying to keep European competitiveness and European manufacturing. That is the opposite thing you do. If you want to see European industry thrive, you create steady market conditions that do not change every year and that have a clear mandate. And, you know, the Commission, in fairness, in the last 5 years, has produced a set of regulations that will decarbonize our continent, or will go a very long way. We need to implement them in member states, including the EPBD, and we need to see that demand created for heat pumps across Europe. So that is what the European heat pump industry needs, is demand. And because they run on ambient air, so they absorb energy from the air and a small amount of electricity, that electricity comes from our own sources. It's native, it's local, it's clean, and it's competitive. So, you know, I think it is important to say, if you want energy security, you need a heat pump. I would say that obviously in my role. I join a lot of energy experts in that particular statement, including the Commission. When I started working in heat pumps about 20 years ago, Ireland and most of our heat came all of our heat came from fossil fuels. About 1% were electric. And in the last 7 years, it's gone from 1% to 10%. So we can make this change. It's a little bit under 10. It's about 15% in Europe, but it's almost 100% decarbonized heat in Norway and Sweden. Not all from the heat pump, a lot of district heating as well. So we know how to do it. We've got countries that can do it. And I think it's really important to say that we're ready, willing, and able as an industry. I spent the earlier part of this week at a large trade fair for heat pumps in Germany, in Frankfurt. And it was really interesting to see the innovation. But the other thing that was really interesting is the trade fair was wedged. It was absolutely full of installers. You couldn't get onto any stand. They were all full. So it's really important to say the installers are there, the manufacturers are there, the capacity are there. And the one thing we're missing is that clear signal and demand. And that clear signal and demand is driven by the electricity price as one of the main drivers. Another thing I saw, we have heard a lot about earlier on about the difficulty of skills. One of the innovations we saw in the trade fair was much simpler to install heat pumps. So they used to be quite complicated. you want to see the innovation now. 4 pipes and 1 controller, everything is in the box, it's all packaged, it's a lot easier. And that was a big call from society to make it easier to install. The other big call and the other innovation that I saw, which was quite interesting, I measured the noise earlier on in the room, and the projector here, the minimum noise level was 38 decibels. There were heat pumps on sale that their maximum decibel level was 35 decibels. They have invested a huge amount in noise and brought the overall noise down, which was one of the complaints from the market. So you see a big amount of innovation in industry. 10 years ago, 120 degrees was difficult with the heat pump. Now we see them rolled out at 200 degrees and decarbonizing a lot of our industries. So it's really important to say the industry has moved on and is providing now the sort of things we need to decarbonize Europe's energy. I won't go into the detail. There is, however, the elephant in the room is, and that graph on the left-hand side, as you look at it, shows the sales of heat pumps in Europe. And the blip in 2022 was driven by price spike in gas and the gas security challenge in Europe. And you can really see it. It's quite unique. The industry struggled to keep up, but it's now trained all the installers to do even more than that. But we're missing that demand. The 3 big drops, one of them is confidence. The second one, which we talked a little bit about, is electricity. And the third thing that really needs to be done is these support schemes need to be steady and not up and down in all different countries. So the question I asked, or the question that Claude asked me to cover maybe a little bit, was what do we think is needed to happen in terms of some of the policy responses. I think the first thing that needed to happen was what was done in February in terms of the Clean Industrial Deal and the Energy Affordability Action Plan, or the Affordable Energy Action Plan. And in that are the things that need to happen and the things that will result in demand. And I think it's very good to see. I think coupled with the implementation of the directives, the ETS2, that is what is needed in terms of pushing on the role of heat pumps. This is a little graph to say the electricity to gas price ratio. When electricity is cheap versus gas, so heat pumps are 3 to 5 times more efficient, depending on the installation. But for the average home, it's about 5 times more efficient than a gas boiler. So you need a certain ratio of prices. If the gas price is 1/5 of the electricity price, it kills the business case. So we see across Europe that varies. If anyone looks at the graph and says, well, where do you think heat pumps are going to be deployed the most? And it's where electricity prices and gas prices are closest. And where are they the least? In the UK, where electricity prices are 4.5 times the price of gas. So you bring those two down, and over time, you decarbonize your heat very quickly. So I think that's a very, very important thing. I think the second ask that we would have is that the European heat pump industry is recognized as a strategic industry in our Clean Industrial Deal and in everything that comes after. That the electrification and heating and cooling plan gives clear policy direction and enables member states to do the things that are needed in terms of state aid revisions and so on to ensure that we decarbonize our heating system. Because I think ultimately, unless we bring the electricity price down versus gas, we cannot achieve energy security. And unless we bring the electricity price down versus gas, we will keep buying gas from people who want to use that money to destabilize our economies, to get involved in our elections, and to undermine our people. Sorry, I went one too far. And just really, I think it's clear when you think about that long-term security, if you want European heat pumps to heat European homes using European electricity that provides European security and European energy security, you cannot do that unless we get it right in electricity prices, unless we get it right in schemes and countries that support the uptake of heat pumps. And I think that, you know, Emmanuel Macron has used the term strategic autonomy. If we think strategic autonomy, the energy system, and we skip 42% of the energy system, we will not achieve it. So it's My thesis today really is that we need to implement the directives, we need to implement the Energy Affordability Action Plan, and we need to give clear policy signals to help our consumers, our customers, our industries move to decarbonised heat from heat pumps.
Thank you, Paul. It's clear that every single fossil molecule coming to Europe from outside could be a risk for us. So it's clear our emergency. We move to Julia, Transport and Environment, and all of us, we know that the worst performing sector when it comes to comply with the climate targets and with the decarbonized targets is transport. It's not because transport and environment, of course, but of course it's be clear. You work very hard in order to increase the electrification of the transport. But which are the barriers? What is happening in Europe that is not happening like in China, for example, or even in some states of the USA? And why this big difference of the electrification of the transport across our member states? Because we can see huge difference from one country to another. Sometimes with difference of 20 kilometers, we can see a huge difference in the use of EVs. What is happening?
Thanks a lot. Thank you for that question. And thanks a lot for also having TNE here to talk about transport electrification. So in the next 10 minutes or so, I'd like to say a few words about the state of transport, first of all, talk about some of the options around zero-emission transport and why some are better than others. And then I will talk about policies that will answer all of the questions that you so nicely put to me, Nicolas. So first of all, state of the transport emissions. In fact, Nicolas, you already started, but I did want to say, I think probably if you ask anyone on the streets in our bubble in Brussels, who is the worst performing sector, many people will say agriculture, but actually it's not the case at all. Transport is the only sector where CO2 emissions increased compared to the 1990 levels. Now, what is good news is that this year, for the first time, if we exclude the blip of COVID, when people were not moving, but this year, for the first time structurally, the CO2 emissions from transport in Europe went down, and they did it because of the 20 million of so electric vehicles that are already on our roads. So it is starting, we are bending the curve, to use again the COVID language. Now, if we look into the transport emissions, 3/4 of all of them are by cars, vans, trucks, and buses, where direct electrification via batteries is already a no-brainer and can happen. So the solution for the vast bulk of the problem is there. Why it's not happening faster is indeed rooted in the policies that we have in Europe. Transport is also the sector which is highly dependent on fossil imports. In fact, 96% of all crude oil used in transport is imported, largely from Russia still today. So that is also a security problem. But the options exist. So if I really try to summarize, because it's not only one option, there are at least 3 truly zero emission solutions that we can have. And they all work for different sectors. The most efficient and the optimal one is direct electrification via batteries. So that's the most efficient one. The next one would be to use hydrogen, provided it's green hydrogen via fuel cells. Ultimately, it has to be green hydrogen to be zero emission, and it is a somewhat electrification strategy as well. That would require 3 to 4 times more electricity, so it's more expensive. The business case is not the same, but for some sectors, for example, for some long-distance trucking, that certainly can be an option. And finally, something that this Parliament spends a lot of time discussing, but what is a very minor solution in road transport is to have hydrogen-derived fuels, so e-fuels, the term that I think all of us who work on transport say 5 times a day, even though they don't yet exist. Hydrogen-derived fuels certainly are a really necessary solution for aviation and shipping. In road transport, it's a diversion. It's 5 to 6 times less efficient, and it's so capital intensive. expensive that most plants trying to do that can't reach final investment decisions. But it is also an option. Now, why direct electrification is a better solution? I talked about efficiency. You all here know efficiency first principle. I don't need to preach to the converted. But there are a few other things that are really important to consider. Now, many people on the panel already said that electricity is what I would call freedom energy. It's here, it's domestic, and that's why going also for electrification in transport makes sense. But some of you, of course, might sit in the audience and say, yeah, right, but what about changing one dependency on the other, or gas imports for mineral imports from China? And I would like to spend a minute to dispel that myth, because it's a completely different dependency. When it comes to fossil fuels, they're your running cost. You need them to run the economy. If suddenly there's either no fossil fuel because someone closed the taps or the prices are up, you actually can't run your car or you can't run your plant because you need it every day. Critical minerals are your capital costs. Yes, you need to get them once to build that solar panel or that wind farm or a battery for an electric vehicle. But once you've built it, you use that asset for years, sometimes for decades. And once you finished using it, which is certainly the case with batteries, you can recycle all of that, provided you build capacity in your economy and use it again. So it's a very different dependency. And yes, we will never be a mining superpower in Europe, but we can bring manufacturing of batteries, their components here, and eventually recycle the materials. So don't be fooled by that argument of shifting one dependency for another. Now, let me switch to policies. Policy is what defines how fast or successful ultimately we go. There is a number or a bunch of policies that we can do at European level, at national level, and then I will also like to talk a little bit more about industrial policies more broadly. At the European level, the strongest competence that the Commission and the European institutions have is to change the business case of car manufacturers, to decide what products are being produced in Europe and put on the market. And here I'm talking about vehicle CO2 standards, car and truck CO2 standards that ultimately bring the electric vehicles here to Europe and make them more affordable. They do make them more affordable, and we have already started seeing it this year. Up until now, manufacturers didn't have to sell so many of them. So we saw very expensive electric vehicles in Europe. An average price of an electric car last year in Europe was 45,000 euros. Anyone who says there is no demand, you tell me how much demand there is from European citizens for a 45,000 euro car. It's just limited. However, because this year a stricter target came in, now it's been reversed slightly, but because of the target coming in, we saw at least a dozen of affordable, made in Europe electric car models, which are under 25,000 euros. And I tell you, the demand is there. So there's a brilliant case with Renault. Renault brought their Renault 5, electric Renault 5. Those that live in some parts of Brussels probably see it on billboards advertised every day, because car makers know how to sell cars. And in 1 month, the electric car sales of Renault, as they brought the model, which is 25,000 euros, rose 80%. Demand will rise naturally when there is a mass market product for the mass market buyer. And this is the power of the European regulations of putting the conditions on car makers. So my major message to you as a regulator is, do not change the car CO2 standards. They're working and the demand is changing. Now, you did ask me a question, why is it so different between the member states? And here, a lot of the answers lie in the national policies that are put around the demand for electric vehicles. Supply is, of course, one, but you need other enabling conditions. You certainly need infrastructure to come quickly, and here it's a shared competence. The Commission and the institutions put the framework, member states roll out, but a really important aspect are, of course, the incentives for private and corporate consumers to buy electric cars. In countries, and we have done this analysis last year, you can correlate sometimes directly the electric vehicle market with the national policies around subsidies in the country. Italy is a really good example. So up until now, it's not only a lack of any good incentives in Italy, but the government itself is openly anti-electric car in Italy. And therefore, the sales are non-existent. However, I will tell you, watch Italy this year, because they've done some tweaks to their corporate market, a bit like in Belgium. So it's a lot cheaper to get a leased, a company car EV, and the market is already going up. Belgium is the new Norway, is what we say as TNE. In Belgium, electric car sales are through the roof. Why? Because here the market is 60% reliant on company cars. And here from next year onwards, you can only get a new company car as electric. So everyone is getting one. All my neighbors around me, all driving electric. No one is complaining. People are not really there with dogmatic views about the engine. They just want the vehicle that works and that makes sense for them economically. So it's really about national policies that are defining how quickly we go or not. And my final maybe comment I wanted to make, if I still have a minute, would be about industrial policies. We talk a lot about China. In the area that I work on, batteries, China is probably the most kind of commonly pronounced word. I just would like to stress that we have not lost the battle on batteries yet. Yes, we absolutely, in my view, should welcome foreign direct investment, Chinese companies setting up shop here, as well as supporting European manufacturers. But we should make sure we put conditions on those manufacturers. But we as Europe have a strong leverage. Chinese manufacturers have overcapacity of really great, actually, batteries. They can't access the US market. They want to be on the European market. So by using that market leverage and putting conditions under what conditions they can operate here, we can actually learn a lot and ultimately play their game in Europe, for example, with joint ventures. But we need a much more comprehensive policy framework to support local battery manufacturing. This includes investment support. Reform to state aid is critical to turn this into something which is more like US IRA. We need a revamp to our trade policy, most notably conditions on foreign direct investment. And finally, a word that is no longer taboo in Europe. We would like to see a lot more European preference in public procurement, in funding, for example, and even in EV subsidies, so that those vehicles and materials that go to them that were made in Europe actually are rewarded. And that would really help switch that momentum into manufacturers wanting and needing to produce in Europe as opposed to importing from somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. For me, the message is clear. Don't touch the CO2 standard regulation. And I don't want to do so. We have working in our group, I work in a position paper for the automotive industry, and we call not to open the CO2 standards. We can find some solution for flexibility for car makers in Europe in order to solve the problem they have with fines. But if we open too much our hands, probably we still lack in the development of an electric automotive industry in Europe. We are facing big risk because you say it's true that we have affordable cars coming to China and we need some leverage of the level playing field. But in any case, we don't want that Europe happens the same again like it happened before with solar panels. So we had to avoid this possibility, but it's clear that we need more EVs in our roads in order to increase not only our autonomy or decrease our fossil dependence, also because we need an automotive and a strong automotive car industry in Europe as it was during the case of the case. Marcel, we had listened a lot of solutions, several solutions from the decarbonizing industry, from the heating pump sector, from the car sector. So we have solutions for more electrification. You are thinking an electrification plan. Are you going to take into account the things that are happening here?
Of course. No, of course. It was good to hear. I think we are very much online that the first step is implement what we have. the legislation we negotiated, and the action plan we just came out. So, and that we can only do together with the member states. A lot what we hear here, also on taxes and levies, and then network charges and so on, is in the hands of member states. It's not that we don't want to cooperate, but it's very clear. We have looked at these bills, and electricity is 2 to 3 times more tax than gas in most of our EU member states. I would also say that's an easy win, but it's more at national level, and then the finance ministries with the others have to find a solution for that. So there's a lot to implement in our legislation, in our affordable action plan, and then we would already see, as we quantified for the action plan on affordable energy, the benefits from all that. And I very much agree that we can underline the security aspects, but we shouldn't forget about the climate aspects and also the affordability and competitiveness. So there is, I think, a lot. Then secondly, I think there is more to come to go deeper, like the electrification action plan, the heating and cooling strategy, but also concretely legislative proposal on the grids plan. And I think we haven't mentioned here that normally, and that I hear from your country, but rightly so, that we need also the grids, either to use more efficiently the existing one and build up new electricity, and to a certain extent also hydrogen grids. And there we will make a proposal really to have more Europe, more top-down approach than bottom-up, in the sense that we need the cross-border and the corridors where it makes sense, and national is often not good enough. It needs to be at least backed up by top-down. So the grids package will also look, of course, at the network charges and other things, and programming and synergies between electricity and gas and all that. And maybe a third one on the EU preference. We have an interesting debate. We have the Net Zero Industrial Act and some delegated and implementing act. And one is on the resilience criteria for renewables in auctions. And the member states are quite divided, to be honest. Those who want to speed up and accelerate renewables à tout prix and reach the 42.5 or even better, the 45%. And those who want very strict resilience criteria and EU preference. So the balance between the two, to really speed up renewables, what we all want and need, but also make sure that it's mainly EU industries, isn't sometimes, certainly in some areas, and wind and solar is here, and others, not that easy. So and then we need a common approach in Europe, so not 27 different approaches. So it's not an easy debate if you really go into the details, how to define the resilience criteria, how to make sure that we still have enough renewables, acceleration and deployment. But I fully agree that our industrial policy, and also looking again at the geopolitical, it must be European as much as possible. So to win back what we have lost, to keep what we have, and also keep the innovation in new sectors. And it's good to hear that at least the heat pump sector is and will remain in the EU. I think these were, and then maybe a last point on financing, which was not mentioned neither, but I think it's also good here that we will propose a new MFF before summer. It will be a very tough debate. We will obviously have defense, Ukraine, and other big parts, important parts. Then we will have a competitiveness fund, which hopefully covers what we need for the competitiveness of the sector and industry. And from a purely energy point of view, I think we would really like to keep, and if possible, expand the CEF, the Connecting Europe Facility for Cross-Border Grids, which brings me back to the financing, and hopefully also what we have on energy efficiency and renewables. But that will be a difficult debate, because I don't think member states will allow us to go much higher in the budget. So it's within the existing means. And I stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. Now, Eva, you can imagine, I have bought a beautiful Cupra made in Barcelona to electrify my mobility, a heat pump made could be in Germany, to electrify my domestic heat. install solar panels, so I'm fully electrified. So now I am dependent of my electric company. So I am a customer of Iberdrola. What can Iberdrola offer to me to feel more relaxed regarding prices and to better integrate the technologies that I have bought? Because you can imagine, I bought these new technologies for me and for my family. I spent a lot of money, and in the next month, you can double my bill. So what Iberdrola can offer us to be safe, to go stable through this energy transition.
What do we?
I have part of the solution that we made in the electricity market design.
Yeah.
But I can see that is not 100% available at member state level because there are solutions not yet implemented. But what Iberdrola can offer to me?
What Iberdrola does offer today is long-term contracts. We bring long-term contracts to any consumer that wants to have it. And in, of course, the domestic, in Spain, if you go and look to the ACER or to our national regulator in terms of competition, of course, we need competition. This is what the basis of Europe is. And how many retailers you have in Europe? In Spain, more than 400 retailers. So we offer you a long-term contract. Do you consider that you want to pay less? You can find another company and go. This is what keeps us reinventing ourselves. And as you say, we now have products that are smart technologies around. So what we want, of course, I mean, what you have to consider is sometimes for a company like us, a happy client is the best guarantee to continue to make business. So in the COVID, for instance, there were situations in which we had long-term contracts offered, but the prices were so huge, we sell much more electricity than we produce. We had to go to the market and buy it at very expensive prices. But the instructions on home were, we are not going to resiliate any contract based on force majeure, which could have been done. It was not done because a happy client and a client that feels secure is going to stay. And this is how we live, in fact. So this is what we try to do.
I'm not open the debate, but yeah, because you can imagine that today is Monday in May. I live in Madrid. I don't need my heat pump working. I don't want to move anywhere because I prefer to stay at home. So I have a surplus of electricity from my solar panels. Are you able to pay to me?
Oh, well, yeah, of course. We have this program.
Remunerate this, or do you prefer that I sell or share with my neighbors?
No, I mean, the idea is you have a market in which electricity is a commodity. So if you're producing with your panel exactly the same time that everyone is producing at the panel, we are looking right now at negative prices. So how can I pay you money for something that is being curtailed? Because this is something that we have not talked about. We are curtailing, and this is...
We are opening the floor to the people, but the things that I mentioned are already in the European legislation. We want this to happen, to also say customers, to transform customers in prosumers, consumers in prosumers, and give them the ability to really participate in this energy transition, feeling that energy and renewable electricity is also cheaper and available for everyone. But now I open the floor to my colleague. Please introduce yourself to the other colleagues. No, we have to.
Now. Thank you, Christiane Ecker from the Regional Energy Agency of Upper Austria. I have a question to Mechtil. Thank you very much for your contribution. You mentioned the Net Zero Industry Act and the possibility, also building up on Julia said, on being able to give more preference to European products in funding programs, in public auctions, in everything where the public hand plays a role. Now, from our perspective, also with a strong clean tech industry, the Net Zero Industry Act in that respect was a tiny first step. So we have now in Austria a small extra feed-in tariff we give for PV products that use made in Europe products. However, seems a little bit still a legislative risk and the hands are a little bit tied. So I'm wondering whether there's any legislative acts in preparation that will give us more possibility and to be more clearer that we can definitely put into documents made in Europe and so to make this stronger, obviously what we need at the moment.
Okay.
So first.
Okay, so thank you very much. So the Net Zero Industry Act was indeed the first step to go. In our area, together with DG GROW, the follow-up is secondary legislation, so 4 delegated act and implementing act. One I mentioned is about the resilience criteria or the West auctions for renewables and how to define that non-price criteria and how to define them from a sustainable and resilience point of view, and it's quite tricky, to be honest. Then there are delegated and implementing act on components, strategic components. It's not much easier neither because within a wind farm, there are magnets, there are others. So it's not black and white what comes and is produced within Europe and what we have to import mainly from China, of course. And then we will look, and that's more for our colleagues, on the whole public procurement. To have a reform and really to make it more EU-based. And that is a debate which is happening as we speak. I think the delegated implementing act will be presented in the next weeks. So it's really the first attempt to go much more specific on the Net Zero Industrial Act. That's in short.
The lady there, introduce yourself, please.
Yes. Thank you very much, Esther Bollendorf, Climate Action Network Europe. Yeah, thanks for the interesting inputs. I had one question, which was, I heard several times that the Commission is looking into decoupling the cost of renewables from gas, so gas price discussion. I think we look at it in the sense that we do see a benefit. I mean, it's a difficult one. We do see a benefit for the renewables industry and triggering further investments in case of higher prices. But I would be interested in hearing what the Commission says here. And I just wanted to mention 2 points that have also been touched upon, which is deregulation and also increasing or continuing dependence, shifting dependence from one producer exporter to other exporters, so / Russia, the US. We've seen in the Affordable Energy Action Plan that there's a proposal to put public investments into export infrastructure, foreign export infrastructure. We think that's a problematic proposal, and we would also strongly plead for not going down that route. And just on the deregulation piece, I mean, we hear there's people.
Please question, not desires.
Good, but then the question is on decoupling, please. That's the question. Thank you.
So we had a lot of discussion on decoupling once we had the debate on the electricity market design reform with the rapporteur and.
Prefer to go into details.
No, in short, so we keep the marginal pricing. I think we are over that debate. What we tried also to explain in the Affordable Action Plan, we look for EMD implementation, meaning increased PPAs and CFDs. So we encourage that. We have proposed guarantees by the EIB now for PPAs. We are looking at other measures to promote them further, CFDs as well. So really to look and also to reduce the gas, of course. I mean, then the dependence on high gas prices will be lower. And we have started with DG Comp and DG FISMA and ourselves to look at the gas market and transparency and how to really increase that, better to know what what's happening there. So there are few elements where we are follow up. In a way, it's not the decoupling in the proper sense of the word, which was discussed, but it's really to make the impact of gas prices on the electricity prices and the volatility, which with the geopolitics on gas, it's there to make the impact as little as possible on the prices.
Our Portuguese colleague.
Salvador Malheiro, I came from Portugal, the Parliament of Portugal. And first of all, I want to say that I agree with European energetic political, namely the decarbonization and electrification. But I want to put a question for you. If we use electricity for all of these solutions, it's not the same thing if the electricity comes from sun, from wind, or from nuclear, for example. And how can we solve this? This is the first thing, how to distinguish the different ways how we convert electricity, because for me, it's not the same if the electricity comes from nuclear or if it comes from sun. The second thing is concerning electrification. It's a main objective of the Europe and all the countries. But if we have this global objective, we can commit some mistakes concerning thermodynamics point of view. It means, for example, how to convert technological solutions in industry, as you have very well explained, with high temperature. The electricity, it's not the right way. And what your feeling concerning to use renewable gases that we can produce in our farms and etc. Thank you.
I don't know who wants to answer, because I'm the moderator. I have an answer, but I prefer that, for example, from the.
So I'm going to take this a little bit with my European Heat Pump Association hat, and my previous role was the Energy Policy Advisor to the Irish Climate and Energy Minister. So I spent a lot of time on a lot of different technologies. What's clear today is existing heat pumps today can deal with about half of industry, give or take, in terms of the overall usage. Not half in temperature-wise, but give or take about half. It's clear that that number is going up all the time. So in 5 years' time, I'll be sitting here saying 75% and so on. So I think that's an important part to say. A lot of industry can be direct electrified. So, you know, there are different ones, and there's a lot of technological development going on in steel and other metals and so on. Bricks, I've seen a brick drying heat pump as well. So that's one thing to say. When it comes to biogas, we have a certain amount of production in Europe, which can certainly go up sustainably from where it is today as a production point of view. But if we get it right from electrifying the rest of our demand, and we bring down the consumption of gas and bring up the production of biogas, the gap gets much smaller very quickly. And you know, Denmark, as an example, have more or less closed that gap for many months of the year. And I think you know, if we were to start at 150 megawatts a month of large industrial heat pumps, which would be maybe 20 times the current installation rate, it would take us to 2050 just to decarbonize the first half. So we have a massive opportunity, and let's start and really hit that opportunity hard. And in 3 or 4 years' time, all of the investment in R&D and all of the other bits will have closed. So I think, from my perspective, at kind of energy planning in a state, but also in the world of heat pumps, those things are narrowing all the time. Imagine sitting here 5 years ago saying that you could have a very quiet heat pump. It didn't exist on the market, or that you know, various different things. We are moving at a pace that is astoundingly quick, And if you were to go back 10 years or 15 years, the example that Nicholas said about his house, there were very few houses in Europe that had a heat pump, an electric car, and a solar panel 10 years ago. There's now a large number. There's probably several on this panel, I would say, at least 2 I know of. So my point is, we will get there in time, but there's a lot of R&D to do to close that little gap that's left.
I wanted to briefly come in on the broad electrification question. So first of all, generally speaking, well, of course, not all electricity is the same. In 2024, 75% of European electricity was one way or another zero carbon, and the largest chunk of it is renewable. So ultimately, with policies, we are converging to a renewable system. What I wanted to add is to say that some of these electrification solutions are not only consuming electricity, but can give electricity back to the system. And if I bring the example of electric vehicles, everyone who works in cars hears that all the time. Cars are stationary 95% of the time. Electric vehicles is not just a wasted engine standing, it's a battery. It's a battery on wheels. So with the right system, you need to implement a lot of the directions and directives and regulations, first of all, electricity, but with the right design, if you activate that, you can actually at no cost use a lot of flexibility and additional electricity to your system coming from the asset already paid. So that is also another thing to think about it, that they're not just taking electricity. A lot of the solutions, and heat pumps is another example, they can provide electricity and flexibility back to the system. And if there's one thing we're missing with electric vehicles today to really do this, because it's a no-brainer, it can happen at scale, it's not happening because electric vehicles are not all enabled to do that bidirectional charging. So by a super quick fix, it is a European standard, we can actually provide what we estimate to be the worth of 10 battery gigafactories of energy by 2030, just from the fleet of electric vehicles.
Yeah, my name is Ola Elvestuen. I'm from the Parliament in Norway. And 10 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be able to negotiate in Norway's goal of only selling EVs by 2025. And now the sales are 95%. So policies definitely work. But if you look further on, you have to electrify or make zero emission also heavier trucks and also shipping and other areas. And of course, then you will also, as you mentioned, you will need hydrogen or ammonia from hydrogen. But then you said that, of course, that has to be green hydrogen. And there comes the question, because you need so much more renewable energy just to stop the use of gas and hydrogen. It needs so much energy. And Norway, of course, is also a gas-producing country, and where we also discussed the possibility of blue hydrogen, hydrogen produced from gas, but then with the carbon capture and storage. And my question is because we need more demand to get this production. And will that discussion, because it's always that green hydrogen is better, but in my view, it's the same thing if the price is right. And will there still be this difference, or is it possible to see those two at the same commodity in a way?
I think it's for you, Matthew. I would like to answer, but I'm the moderator.
Okay, I think we need renewable hydrogen, and we have the delegated act on renewable hydrogen, which was the basis on where two additional renewables, incentivize additional renewables to produce hydrogen. Hydrogen where needed. I mean, we want to electrify, and I join as much as possible, but there are several processes or maybe sectors where we can't, at least for now. We are just right now to complement the picture of hydrogen coming out in the next weeks on the delegated act on low carbon hydrogen. So we, as you said, blue hydrogen with CCS, someone pink hydrogen, just to complete the picture. And then we want to scale up that market and create the demand. And that's true for uses where we need. So I think the priority is still green hydrogen, but we are less agnostic about the color. So to scale up, I think we need, in the sectors where we need hydrogen, that's always the pre-condition. then we are more pragmatic, and we will round it up that we have low carbon and renewable hydrogen defined, which is the first step. We need the demand, we need the infrastructure and the supply prices to go down in order to have the market scaling up in the future. And we had legislative proposal, but okay.
This man, this and this, but please fast because you lose the coffee.
We don't want that. Thank you very much. Rémi Gruet from Ocean Energy Europe, so we represent wave and tidal energies. I have a very quick question to Mechtild and also to you, Mr. Chair. In the moment in policy where facts are increasingly disregarded in the public debate, and this Parliament is a place of public debate with different opinions, but they need to be based on facts. So my question to both of you is, what can the Commission do and what can the Parliament do to ensure that the debates we're going to have on energy, on electrification, on heat pumps, etc., going forward are going to be based on facts and not on fake news or opinions? Thank you.
You want me to answer first?
Easy question, right?
This is a very political issue. I mean, it's not quite technical. But, you know, I prevent the people during the campaign to vote for those parties that really believe in facts and in science. Probably now it's a bit late. So we have to manage with a new majority, for example, in this Parliament. So every vote counts the same, and the same is in the Parliament. So you, electors, gave us different powers. Now we have to manage our power and make coalitions. Always make coalitions here. Yes, we have to fight against misinformation. We have to fight to those people that goes against science. That's true. But we have less power than before. We have to think and rethink again which are our mistakes, because maybe in the first Picard, which is the Renault, he mentioned that sometimes we are sending messages that are not well understood from the whole population. Yeah, there is misinformation, but probably we made some mistakes. We have to improve for the next and do our best. But yes, the population also have to choose, and this is democracy. But it's because sometimes it's quite difficult for us to find this solution. It's a constant fight every day and a constant dialogue in order to obtain solutions, common solutions with other policymakers that are not 100% aligned with your thoughts. It's very, very complicated, believe me. And also, Mercy can have not the same perspective, but feeling the same risks.
Certainly, we share the same risks. I mean, and that's why seeing what has happened partly at national level, Romania, but also other parts, even within the EU, we have stepped up our work on fake news, counter measures against misinformation and so on. That is Commission-wide with our member states. So there is really an increase on working and tackling the issue. If purely energy, I think, or whatever facts and figures we are discussing here, I think we are very much on the safe side in a way that we have published a lot of studies, impact assessments, work done in the different sectors. But overall, I very much share what Nicolas said on the risk of fake news and also the difficulty for a member of the European Parliament and also members of national parliaments to go against, absolutely.
And there is one very important thing, time, and dedicated time to spread things based on facts. You don't need to dedicate so much time into spread misinformation. Spread misinformation is easier than having this kind of debates. It's easier. So which are the limits? We have no clear answers right now. We have some regulation, DSA, DMA, it's true, but We need even more time to raise the problem. Maybe in coming months, we could need also drastic solutions in order to avoid the problems we are having with misinformation, because these things you mentioned regarding climate or technological solutions, you can also listen in this parliament about health solutions like vaccines and so. The movement is the same. It's a global movement. Not only climate denials, not only against vaccines, it's another perspective of the world that it was not very well seen in the past, but now is a trend. So sometimes the trends are evolving very fast. This is not the case. Next one. No, sorry, here.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rainer Hinrichs-Ralbers from the German Renewable Energies Federation, and I'm also with ERF, the European Renewable Energies Federation. Actually, I'd like to broaden by my question a little bit the discussion which we had so far. I couldn't agree more with electrification is key, helps to Europeanize, helps to reduce energy dependencies. I'm not dwelling on this. I also agree that it's important to have flexibility on the demand side. But then my question comes, I think we also need, and I think there's no disagreement, but now we talk about the tools and the instruments, we also need flexibility on the supply side. And then we see some limits of the mainly wind and solar-based renewable energy transformation. Then we come back to flexible renewable energy sources. And so my question goes to what role, well, basically it's two short questions. What role do you see for direct use of other renewable sources such as bioenergy, geothermal energy, and particularly in the context of easing the burden of the transformation? For instance, when we're talking about getting away from gas, it might be easier to ramp up biogas, biomethane, instead of directly trying to go to hydrogen, particularly because hydrogen, and this is the second question, because hydrogen so far is scarce and green hydrogen is expensive. So the second question would be, wouldn't it be better to support more biogas or direct geothermal use, etc., instead of now introducing this interim category of low carbon hydrogen, which may as well dilute the transformation? So these are my questions. Mechthild may be one of those, but
the question of geothermal could be more for Paul, that there is a clear link with heating pumps and the use of geothermal, but I don't know, or Eva.
Well, in terms of, I'm not an expert at all in biogas. The only thing I know is that it is a limited amount that you can have. So, but I think that as long as it is possible, it is of course all autochthonous sources that are clean should be used. The problem is it cannot be replacing as a whole because we have a limit content. So that's clear.
Julia, you want to say something?
I wanted to come in briefly on the topic of biomass, especially with our hat working on biofuels. I agree with you that there is a place for truly sustainable biomass and biogas in the energy system. But the reality is when you really look, because ultimately it's a bioresource, it's competing with food, you can't take too much waste from nature, biodiversity, etc. The volumes of truly sustainable biomass are really limited. So it's just not big. I think geothermal is different. I actually have different views, but it's quite limited. And I will tell you the issue that we are facing every time we as TNE, especially working on aviation and shipping, where you probably will need some sustainable biofuels. The issue we face that every time there is a very complicated solution from the industry that looks really perfect, and it has 5 loops. You need to do this and this and this and that, and then you arrive at a sustainable biofuel. All of these loops allow you fraud. And that is why it's so difficult to certify that sustainability. One last sentence, the most imported biofuel today into Europe from China is the so-called used cooking oil. Everything is certified from China as used cooking oil because that's what we allow. If you actually put it per Chinese person, they eat fries every day non-stop. It's just not possible.
there is a reason why I didn't ask for the transport sector, because I know that, and I was talking about balancing energy systems, etc.
We need to stop, but we have one question.
Okay.
I don't want.
Yeah, I will keep it brief. I'm Raf van Gistel, Member of Parliament, Flemish Parliament. Before I was elected last year, I worked 30 years as a process operator in the petrochemical industry in the harbor of Antwerp, and the last 13 years was hydrogen production. The gray hydrogen, the steam methane reforming. Because I want to go back to the colors of hydrogen, there are only two colors, the gray and the green. All in the middle, the blue and whatever, it's still dependent on fossil sources. So forget about all the other colors, and we have to get rid of the gray hydrogen. But during this meeting today, I always hear energy, 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 but there is one important thing that we forget, and that's feedstock. For instance, you have the electrical car, but the foam in the seat, what is it made of, or the dashboard? So we have to go to a circular industry, especially for materials, but also for instance, fluidization of plastics, but also on molecular level, CO2 plus green hydrogen, we can rebuild the hydrocarbons. My question is, what impulse can give Europe in the industry to make that transition, especially for the feedstock?
This is clear for you.
What we want with all the industry, I think that's the whole, is decarbonizing all industry. And we will come up with more detailed proposal on that. Today or yesterday, we had the steel and metal sector action plan or whatever, or strategy, where we were also involved, because one of the issues here were high energy costs, but not the only one. But I think that will go through. I'm not sure we will do it sector by sector, but we will work on that, and we have some ideas on that. But I wanted also to geothermal. I think we, in complementary to the electrification strategy coming out beginning next year, and that is a big priority for us. We will have a heating and cooling, and then there might be some of what you mentioned right now, including geothermal. We are pushed, my commissioner even announced an action plan on geothermal. So we have to see what are the right decarbonized or renewable gases we can use there. Thanks.
So we are going to close. It was a very intensive debate. Thank you, Paul, Eva, Marcel, Julia. It was a pleasure, and we have learned a lot of this debate. Thank you so much. So thank you, everybody. Now in the next panel, we have with us Walburga Hemmelsberger. Walburga is, since 2019, the year that I came to Brussels as MEP, my first year as MEP, and Walburga became CEO of Solar Power Europe. She has been working in Brussels more than 20 years. She's very young, but more than 20 years working in Brussels, mostly in the energy sector. Before joining Solar Power, Walburga headed the Verbund Representation Office in Brussels and was a board member of Hydrogen Europe. Walburga holds a degree in law and business administration from Leopold Francis Universitat Innsbruck in the Tyrol. Nice place. So Walburga is going to speak about solar energy and the availability that we have in solar energy and the potential solar energy. So, Walburga, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Nicolas, and thanks a lot for the introduction. Going back very long time in my career. I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity of talking a little bit about solar. I do think that I don't need to introduce solar. Nevertheless, I would like to start with introducing solar. Just because I do think that everyone, and you can check maybe just quickly, what kind of picture you have in your mind when you think about solar. I would guess it's some solar panels on a roof, maybe, or maybe it's a big solar park. But I would like to show you what it is about actually, and that it's super diverse. And you might not have all the pictures in your mind when you think about solar. So first of all, okay, you have panels, you have solar panels. That's the equipment, the basic equipment that we need. But then you also have inverters, and that's the brain of the solar system. That is really the device which is connecting the solar panels to the grid, but that also makes it possible to have all these nice functionalities that we need to have in order to integrate solar in our solar system and to play with flexibilities. And I'm mentioning that particularly because this is an industry that we still have in Europe. So this is where we have big companies in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, in Austria. So that is also worth mentioning. It's not just the solar panel, it's also the inverter. And the last thing I want to highlight, a solar system, more and more so, also comes with storage, comes with a battery. So we consider more and more batteries being part of a solar system. And this is why I wanted to also mention that energy storage is extremely important, very much in most cases when connected to solar, it's batteries. And that is something which in a couple of years we will not see as separate anymore. Now, where is it used? Indeed, on roofs. I was mentioning that already on large sites. So we have large solar plants, but then we also have large roofs. We have, all these businesses that can use their roofs, not just households. And we have it integrated in all kinds of forms, floating solar. We have solar integrated in building materials. You can have it in facades. You can have it as part of your roof tiles so that you don't see it anymore. You can have it even integrated in windows, and you wouldn't even see that it is producing electricity. And then the last thing I want to mention, also very important, and I will have a couple of slides at the end on it, because I think it is particularly important, is you can combine it with agricultural production, with agricultural land. That is a trend that we see more and more, that you do not only produce food on agricultural land, but you also produce electricity, and it comes with great benefits for farmers because they get more revenues. So just to tell you, all of that is solar, and not maybe what you get as a first impression in your mind when you think about solar. A couple of key figures. We are at 330 gigawatt of installed capacity. That was end last year. And that's almost 10% of Europe's power production. Just 3 years ago, I would have told you we're at 4 or 5% of Europe's power production. And we installed a flabbergasting amount of 65 gigawatt of solar last year. That's again an all-time record in the fourth consecutive year. And all of that brings 800,000 jobs to Europe. Most of it is installing solar and deploying solar. 800,000 jobs, 87% of the solar workforce in deployment. And that is the curve, our growth curve in the last couple of years. You see, we had growth rates in the years 2020 to 2023 of more than 40%, more than 50%. So it was really a huge step forward that we made in the last couple of years. Adding yet another 65 gigawatt last year. At the same time, what you see here is that the growth is a little bit slowing down, and I come to the reasons for it. I mean, we're installing, more than 60 gigawatt every year, and we continue to do so. You will see in my projections later on that we will be installing very likely close to 80, 90, 100 gigawatt per year soon, but it is slowing down a little bit. Now, all of that makes that solar by now has been overtaking coal for the first time. That was last year. That was a milestone that we obviously celebrated. but also solar and wind together have been overtaking fossils in the first half of 2024. So there's really milestones that that we're seeing here. And one other thing I want to mention is that very often, you know, the kind of picture you have in your mind when you think about solar is solar panels somewhere in the south of Europe. This picture should show you that solar is growing everywhere in Europe, and that not only in southern countries, but also in more northern countries, we have some very, very strong solar markets. So it does not depend on whether the irradiation is stronger somewhere or whether it is not. There's other factors which make whether a country is big on solar or not. We by now, out of the 27 member states, we have more than 20 member states that are deploying more than 1 gigawatt per year yearly, which is a real milestone. A couple of years ago, we had some 5 or 6 countries who have been doing that. But by now, we really have a number of very big solar markets in Europe. And these are the top solar markets, just to also make it a little bit more concrete. So we have been installing in the last 2 years most of solar in Germany, so not a particularly southern country. Spain is on the second place, and Germany and Spain are always racing for the top one place. Italy, France, Poland is also the top solar countries, followed by the Netherlands, Greece, Austria, which is also strong, probably because of the energy communities. You will be talking about that in a minute. Hungary and Portugal. And this will be continuing in the next couple of years. Here's our forecast for the time until 2028. What I should also mention is that obviously some of you might say, like, yeah, of course, I mean, the first countries up here in this ranking are big countries, so obviously they can deploy more solar than others. We also do the maths when it comes to solar per capita and watt per capita, where the Netherlands are leading, so also one of the top countries here. Germany is second, Austria, Spain, Estonia, Belgium is also in the first ranks. So it is more or less the same countries, but if you look at per capita, there's a couple of other countries which are doing very well. So now, what are these countries doing right? It's not the irradiation, as I already said. What are they doing right? First of all, they are ambitious. They have high ambitions when it comes to renewables deployment, when it comes to solar here in particular. And they're setting the right incentives. They're setting the right incentives when it comes to PPAs, when it comes to PPAs, that's particularly in Spain, when it comes to auctions, that is more used in Germany. And when it comes to support schemes for small-scale solar, for rooftop solar. And, you know, there's a lot of other elements, obviously, as well. But in the end, you know, what it boils down to is really ambition and setting the right incentives. And then we're all getting to a point, and this is why, you know, we continue to grow, but at a slower pace. There's a couple of things we need to fix, and I'm coming to that. But, you know, these are the two main ingredients: ambition and the right incentives. So far, so good. I've been at the Antwerp Industry Summit, and I've been also listening to the voices last week, in particular in the US, in the Sarah Week. And we all know that the pressure on Europe is mounting. So has this been it? It seems that some are questioning at the moment whether this is the right way forward. Now, are these green policies outdated, and are we going to see a U-turn? So first of all, I would like to highlight again, and it's been mentioned today already, that solar is not just about green policies. On the contrary, it's about, and that's renewables more generally, about energy security, and more so, not just energy security, but Europe's security at large. Why? It's homegrown. We are not dependent on any imports. That is obvious, but also it is decentralized electricity. It's decentralized power. And it's much more difficult, and Julian, we've been talking about it. It's much more difficult to attack some 10,000 solar systems than just one single power unit. So it is something that is strengthening Europe's security. Europe's competitiveness. It is the cheapest electricity by now, together with wind. And we dearly need cheaper electricity sources. We've seen the numbers before in the previous presentations. So if we want to keep the lifeline here in Europe, it's not going back to what we know. It's going forward, fast forward, and making sure that we're getting cheap renewables into the system as quickly as possible, because this is the lifeline for Europe's economy. And then avoiding the costs, and it keeps on being the main topic, right? Avoiding the huge costs that we will be facing with every degree that we are increasing our temperature for societies. So we need to make sure that we continue also for that reason combating climate change. So all good, all well. Is it feasible? That's the other thing that we always hear. All nice. I mean, again, going back to the Sarah Week, we heard a lot of voices saying like, guys, get real. We have to be pragmatic. Realism and pragmatism are the new buzzwords, right? So are we unrealistic? Do we need to get more pragmatic? Is it not feasible? I hope I give you the answers here. Renewables are volatile. Yeah? So that's the natural gas prices of the last years, and not any volatility coming from renewables. And yes, the sun is not always shining and the wind is not always blowing, but we have some solutions for that. Combining technologies, wind and solar are very much complementing each other. Solar and storage, all of that together makes that we get more to a scenario where we have baseload electricity available. And this is the way to go. And this is how we can control the volatility that we have in renewables. And something else I want to bring in here, because we do think it's fundamental, is that we need to add flexibility to the system. Now, okay, the screen is not really very big, so you will not see all the details here. But what it shows is that the more flexibility we're adding to the system, it has three benefits. The first graph, and I just tried to put it in words, as you probably cannot see it. The first one is the more flexibility you're adding to the system is that you are reducing energy system costs at large. System costs that you have from importing fossil systems, costs that you have for infrastructure. So we've done the study, that's the small picture here up there, a study we called Mission Solar 2040, modeling all these differences in how much flexibility you add to the system. So, and if you add a lot of flexibility to the system, what we see is that it can save us 30 billion already in 2030, as of 2030 yearly, and it could save us 160 billion as of 2040. Now, that's not the full picture because it also does something on a smaller scale. The second graph that you see here is that it reduces the prices for consumers, reduces the prices for industry. Wholesale prices can be reduced by 25% by 2030 already, and 33% by 2040. Now you might say, okay, interesting, so good for consumers, but what does it do to investments in solar? At the moment, we see that the business case is very difficult for solar investors because we see a lot of negative prices, we see a lot of curtailment. All of that is not good for the business case of investors. They would profit from more flexibility because it would increase the capture rates through reduced curtailments, through less waste of solar energy. And maybe one last thing I should mention, what do I mean by flexibility? For us, flexibility, that is a lot of electrification. We need to make sure that the demand is flexible and there's more flexible demand. So electric demand coming from transport, from heating, coming from industry. So that is something that we need to get going. And we're very happy to see that the European Commission has proposed a 32% electrification rate. But then the other thing is we need a lot of assets. That is storage, and that is in particular battery storage. Now, coming to the next question is like, you know, all of that, isn't that super expensive? I mean, I tried to show that already on the system level we can save, but maybe just to dig a little bit deeper, because people say, you know, we know that solar is cheap and wind is cheap, but you know, you have to look at the full picture. They're not providing base load. Now here is the latest figures from Fraunhofer. And what you see is all these yellow, orange, and blue dots. That's solar in different forms, small scale, utility scale. The blue dots, that is wind. And the rest is fossils and nuclear. So it is clear, but that's not something new, that solar and wind is much cheaper than any other technology. But what you see here in addition is that solar plus batteries is also by now cheaper than many of the fossil alternatives. In any way, if you look at the large scale, that's the small orange bar here. That's large scale solar coupled with batteries, and the low rose one, that's CCGT. So what you can see here is that this is less costly, comes with lower costs than gas peakers. And that is a development which is fundamental for the next steps. So with all of that, with debunking this myth, what is it that we can do? How fast can we go? How quickly can we contribute to Europe's energy security, to Europe's competitiveness and combating climate change? So what you see here is our scenarios that we have been modeling towards 2030. So our market outlook is modeling until 2028, and the rest is extrapolation. So what we see in our latest European market outlook that we published just in December is that in our medium scenario, we will be reaching a 750 gigawatt of solar by 2030. This is what the European Commission has asked us to do. But if the framework conditions are right, we could do much more, and we could even reach 1 terawatt by 2030. But if the framework conditions are continuing to hamper the further growth, if we continue to see a lot of negative prices, if we continue to see a lot of curtailment, if the grids are not getting up to speed, we might even see in our low scenario that we're not hitting the target. So, you know, there's a broad range of possibilities. So if we want to deliver faster, and if we want to go further, delivering on Europe's goals, we need to invest. Let's get it done. So what is it that we need to do if we want to get faster? So the first one, and the very fundamental thing, is that we need to make sure that we are maintaining an investment-friendly environment. I have followed the discussions just before around whether we should decouple the markets from gas, whether we should change market design or not. This is not the time to do it. We need to make sure that we keep the markets as they are, that they can give the visibility to investors that they need, but we need to tweak in other ways. We need to go faster, making sure that the merit order is not so much dominated by gas. And we need to make sure that we have a lot of flexibility assets that are making sure that we can deliver solar and wind at more hours in order to have an impact on the merit order. But it is not the time to throw the baby out with the bath. We need visibility. And I think this is also where Europe has a great advantage at this point in time, where, you know, visibility, security, investor confidence is somehow negatively impacted in other parts of the world. Europe should be the place to go when you want to have stability. I was already talking about the flexibility needs. We need to grow fivefold by 2030. All of what I was mentioning, electrification, demand response, and also batteries. And to zoom in on batteries a little bit more particularly. And I want to just tell you that this is outdated by now. And I'm not feeling ashamed to showing you an outdated slide. We did that slide at the end of last year, when the total battery installed capacity was 29 gigawatt hours. We now know that at the end of 2024 already, we had 60 gigawatt hours. So rather than the 27 times of capacity that we need by 2030, by now we only need 13 times as much. You know, things are moving very quickly, and it's getting less scary if you look at these numbers. But it's still true that we need a lot of battery storage, that's 780 gigawatt, according to our assumptions by 2030, if we want to have the flexibility that we need. And talking about flexibility and storage, one thing I should not forget, and I don't have a separate slide for it, is that all of that is based, obviously, on infrastructure that we need. So I don't have a separate slide on grids, but obviously we also need to invest in grids. But we need to be very much aware of efficient. You know, we need to take care of efficiencies. We need to make sure that we are not just investing in grids without looking at flexibilities that can help us, and that make it possible that we need less money in times when money is spent also elsewhere for our infrastructure. So we have to invest wisely and also look into flexibility. But one thing is sure, is that we need to digitalize our grids. That is a no-brainer if we want to go forward. And then, yeah. Okay, I'm still fine. Okay, I'm almost done. Permitting is obviously something which is very important. I do know that there's a number of member state representatives here. So I'm sure that the slides will be shared afterwards. You can dig into the details, because we've been doing so we've been looking into each and every member state and, you know, where everyone stands on permitting. It's moving in the right direction, but we're not there yet, as you can see in this overview. And then a very important, I was mentioning it in the beginning, dual use of land is something we need to look into much, much more to the benefits of all stakeholders. And what I have in mind here is really combining agriculture and electricity production with all the benefits. We've done a lot of studies around it. I just want to show two slides out of it. It comes with benefits when it comes to crop yields. So you will be yielding more if you combine it with solar, in many cases up to 60%, even in some cases. You will retain more water, 20 to 30%. It also has a positive effect on temperature of your soil, which has, again, positive effects on the crops. You can increase the soil carbon storage. And the last one is we also see much more pollinators, up to 60%. And this is a very complicated slide, but what it says is, you know, if you're adding that to the income of farmers, they're much better off than with only farming. So there's huge benefits for farmers, but it needs some tweaks on the policy side. And then the last point is that we need to make sure that we're also producing in Europe. I have deliberately been showing you in the beginning, you know, what solar is, because indeed panels, most of it is coming from China, but inverters are very much produced in Europe. And there's many other components which are produced in Europe, trackers, mounting structures. So we still have an industry here, but the panels and everything that every step before you get to a panel is very much concentrated in China. So this is what we have here in Europe. We have quite a sizable production of polysilicon. That's the raw material, but all the steps in between are missing. The long bar here are inverters, what I was talking about. So we need to make sure, and that's also the European goal, which we're very much supporting, that we're producing again. In Europe, 30 gigawatt is the goal by 2030. And I do think that when you talk about an electricity source, which is by 2030, and that's not us saying it, but the International Energy Agency, the biggest electricity source in Europe, it should be a no-brainer, and we should not question whether we should also produce part of it again in Europe, as difficult as it might seem. But there should be not a question that we should leave it all to one single source. We will still have trade with China, that is no question. You know, they're ahead of us, it's clear. But we need to make sure that we're catching up and catching up very quickly. So we should indeed still pursue this 30 gigawatt target by 2030 and not let go of it. And we should make sure that we keep the inverter industry that we have in Europe. What needs to be done, as we have a couple of policymakers here, we need to also have OpEx support for our factories here in Europe. We need to use the new instrument that has been revealed, the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, and the hopefully revised IPCI instrument. And as we have member state representatives here, you need to adopt resilience policies. You need to make sure that there is clarity on market access in your countries, and we need to make sure that you're having auctions that are having a resilient element in order to have demand for those products that are made in Europe. And we need to strengthen our inverter industry. The last thing is that we will be talking about all these topics next week in our Solar Power Summit. That's our flagship event, and you're very welcome to join us next week here in Brussels, where we're deep diving on all these topics. Thanks very much.
So thank you, Walburga, for this very well explained details about solar. Now we open to different people. Hi, from Romania, I guess.
Yes, Edward Michitelu, member of Romanian Parliament. It was a very interesting presentation, and I saw your, let's say, prediction, the view for the energy production in Europe. Okay, in the top of the list is Germany, and the list continues. Did you, in your study, did you also keep as a parameter the return of investment of creating a solar park for a private sector? For example, in Germany, it's a number of years because it's more attractive for investor to go in a country where the return of investment is shorter. And the second one, you said if you have this kind of study analysis of investment in solar energy in Europe, I think it's an interesting point to analyze this. And the second one, you said about the components for solar parks, and not just for solar parks, also for, you said about solar panels from China. To be honest, I'm not so scared, it's too much to say. I'm not so worried about solar panels. I'm more worried about inverters, because we know the inverters are the brain of the system. And if you have any statistic of which is the top of producers for inverters in Europe and on your members, of course, because it's very interesting to see the power, let's say, of producers from, I don't know, let's say randomly from China. And yeah, we know Huawei is producing inverters, and I'm very curious to see how many inverters are in this, and if it's better maybe to think a strategy to replace this.
Thanks very much. Very relevant questions. So on your first question, whether we have a good understanding on the return on investment, I mean, obviously every project is different, but we have a very good overview on the framework conditions, which in the end make whether it's interesting to invest in a country in the solar market or not. And we publish that every year. It's our European market outlook, where we're really deep diving into each and every country. And setting out what's going well and what's not going so well, and why then there is a lot of solar investment or not. So I'm very happy to share the link of the European market outlook with you, where you also will find some details on Bulgaria. And then on inverters, yes. I mean, the reason why we are mentioning it is that we do want to make sure that the inverter industry in Europe keeps producing and serving in the European market. As you might have seen, the capacity that we have in Europe is still quite considerable. It's around about 90 gigawatt. And if you know that we installed some 65 gigawatt last year, we're producing more inverters in Europe than what we need. But in de facto, the market looks very different, because these inverters are very much also exported. So in Europe, the market share of European inverter companies has gone down to 20% in the last years. And this is something that is worrying us a little bit. Sorry?
From price perspective, why?
Yeah, I mean, there's been several reasons. Price is for sure one of the elements, and then there was some supply disruptions during Corona, where during COVID, when some of the European inverter companies have not been able to get the components that they needed for production, which then made others step in times when there was a scarcity of inverters. So there's been different elements, but it is true that, I mean, we are worried. We want to continue to see the inverter industry in Europe. And this is why we are at the moment looking into, together with DNV, a study, looking into, what is it that we need for Europe's inverter industry in order to keep their presence in Europe. I mean, one thing when you talk about the brain of the solar system is obviously, but that is not different for solar than for any other technology, is that everything that connects to the internet, we need to make sure that we talk about cybersecurity and we talk about controllability. And this is what we are very much looking into. Where we will be able to keep you updated as soon as the study is ready.
Next, anyone? We need to catch. Okay, we need to finish. Thank you, Walburga. I think it was a very full discussion. And regarding one thing you said, which is, if I had to put my money in solar, in which country I will put my money? Reflect yourself. I have my clear answer. I'm not saying Spain. Probably no. Sure, I won't say Spain on that. Spain is a good market for that. But thinking about the merit order and with the adequate legal framework, there are better countries than Spain.
I think you should put your
a lot of sound.
I think you should put your money into those countries which have a very favorable framework for storage.
Yeah.
And that's improving your business case.
Where the merit order give me more benefits.
Okay. So, hello everybody, and welcome to our last panel. Not to put any pressure on anybody, but at 6 o'clock we get kicked out of this room. Everyone is always crying for simple rules. Well, that is a very simple rule, but a strict one in this parliament. So it's my pleasure to welcome our last three speakers for today, who will try to see if they can go above what Walburga just said us. That's just a small challenge. She made your life easier by not mentioning my favorite of her statistics, which is that to reach our goals in solar PV production, we don't need any more surface than we are already using for golf courses in Europe. just to put things into perspective. This last panel, I will start by introducing my three speakers in the list, in the order that I have them here. You all have their CVs, which are all too impressive to sum up here. So please read them. My guest here is Yolanda Garcia Mesquita, impressive PhD in economics in Madrid, but right now working for the European Commission in DG Energy. And to mix the genders, my next one is James Watson from Eurometaux. He has done a long course before getting to Eurometaux, but today we have him here for the relevant experience from Eurometaux when it comes to raw materials and everything connected to it. And beside me on my other side is Christiane Egger from OE Energiespaarverband. Do I say that? Yeah.
Well done. Bravo.
Well, I did my best. That's thanks to my skiing trips to Austria.
Thank you for paying taxes.
No, I found a way around it. But to get to the serious bit, one of my hang-ups in the whole discussion on renewable energy is that we should look at it a lot more in a view of, in a perspective of ecosystems, not biological ecosystems, but economical ecosystems that go from funding to executing, to sourcing materials, and to looking at the whole value chain that is connected, whether it is to PV installations or to, for example, electricity grids, one of the topics we will discuss on tomorrow. But they all go through a whole cycle of financing, which makes banks happy, to sourcing materials, which makes Eurometaux happy, doesn't it? And then hopefully to making an economic profit in a business, of which we hope that Christiane here has a few good examples. And then again around towards recycling, recovering those materials and keeping them in Europe. And so that was the brief for these speakers to broaden our horizons a bit. It's not just about producing electrons. It's about everything that is connected to it. It's one of the favorite bad jokes in my office. Everything is connected, but maybe not enough. So I'm going to start with Yolanda. Please enlighten us as to how far DG Energy is to financing, because you are, of course, the money source. No pressure.
No pressure, no. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today and to try to introduce or to give an overview of the EU funds and how they are contributing or facilitating the energy transition. So I need to talk about what we have today, even if you know that we are now negotiating the multi-annual financial framework for the next year, starting in 2027. But we are in the current context, so I need to talk about what we have today. Just to put the context, but you have been during the morning, and Walburga has been putting completely in the line in the direction of the renewables. So basically the clean energy transition not started in this mandate, not in the previous one. So it's like many years that we have been working, putting forward the clean energy transition. And last mandate, the European Green Deal put a clear direction of travel, and in particular, the direction of travel in order to increase our energy security that was very much under question immediately after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the highly dependency on Russia, but in general on fossil fuels. So if we want to go in the direction to increase energy security in Europe, the autonomy, and of course to reduce the exposure to the vulnerability, or let's say the exposure to the volatility of energy prices, we need to invest and we need to develop our own energy resources in Europe. So it brings us to big avenues with this renewable energy and energy efficiency. In order to deploy the investments needed for the transition, it's clear that let's say the investments are huge and can illustrate, but also we need to be aware that the EU funds are limited. So we need to create a favorable framework, and Valburga has referred, investors who are looking for certainty. So, and of course, return of investments. So we need to put a regulatory framework which can stimulate the investments that the energy sector needs in order to mobilize or to go forward, to put forward the transition. This has been done or materialized with two clear pieces of legislation, among others, which is the Renewable Energy Directive and Energy Efficiency Directive. So the countries have mandatory targets that are going to really stimulate investments towards the direction that we think is needed in order if we want to achieve the neutrality by 2050 and the 55% of emission reductions by 2030 compared to the levels of 1990. So these are the two avenues of travel, but of course this is not possible to do without grids, as has been mentioned, without the storage. So it's a huge and have holistic approach of the energy sector and of course the priorities. It's just to recall the priorities of the energy sector have been recall again, so the direction of travel was already set, but has been reconfirmed in the Commission letter sent by our President Ursula von der Leyen to our Commissioner Dan Jorgensen. This is the vision for the next 5 years, where again, we reiterate elements that has been mentioned this morning and recently by Valburga. So this is the direction of travel without any doubt, and this gives a certainty to what we need to deliver in the next 5 years. The only box that has been delivered so far, we are in the still 100 days, is the blue one with the clean industrial path and the action plan for affordable energy prices. This is the two elements that has been tabled 26th of February, and is still long way to go. But this is just to give an idea all what we need to do, and this put as well an idea the amount of investments that we need. I don't want to go into the boxes, but this is just to really make clear that the challenge is there. So what are the investments needs? So you have as well illustrated the amount that annually we need in Europe in order to really make or materialize what is the clean energy transition and what are the sectors that they are really need the decarbonization. So from power grid, from power generation to residential, industry decarbonization. So basically all the sectors need to make an effort, heating and cooling. So we need investment basically in all areas, and the amount is quite significant, and we are talking about annually. This is not only the estimation of the Commission, this has been reconfirmed in the Draghi report more recently. So we need to mobilize public investments, but in particular private, because the public investment is limited, the EU funds are limited. So either we create the investment framework or it's not going to be possible the transition. So let's move what we have in terms of EU budget for a green recovery, and we can say that we have done an important step in the last, in the existing 2021-2027 multi-annual financial framework. Is around 2 trillion that is going to be invested in these 7 years, and in particular with an important component of the climate target, and energy priorities could be reflected here. So it's an unprecedented amount of money that is coming from the multi-financial framework, but in particular was complemented by the Next Generation EU, that if you remember, this was activated immediately after COVID with a clear aim to recover the EU economy after the pandemic, but in particular with the two aims, to accelerate the green transition and the digital transition. So it was a clear instrument with at least 37% should go allocated to investments and reforms to climate. Basically, the majority had been going to renewable and energy efficiency. So I want to highlight this because it's an instrument that has been mobilized important volume of resources, and in particular has mobilized private investments. So because we are really short of time, yes, I want to pass quickly what are the programs that we have in order to finance the clean transition. At the left side, we have dedicated programs to energy. and the number is quite limited. Even if in total, I will tell you that there are 13 programs for energy, the only dedicated to energy are in the left side. So those that are only exclusively for energy. And the first one is Connecting Europe Facility, when the amount of money is quite limited when we are talking about a recovery and resilience facility, is around 5.8 billion. But has been really important Connecting Europe facility because has been contributed to interconnect Europe. I'm going to give you two examples. Synchronization of the Baltics that has been done beginning of February, and this has been a way to put all the Baltics independent from Russia. And this has been done mainly with Connecting Europe facility. Another project very important has been the interconnectivity between Portugal and Spain with France, which has been blocked for many years, and thanks to the Connecting Europe facility in terms of funds, but also in terms of close look that this was done, can increase the interconnectivity of one of the islands in energy island in Europe. So this is just to give an idea. There are other funds, but small in scale, and of course for nuclear as well, some of the projects in order to enhance nuclear safety or to help the dismantle of all nuclear power plants in the eastern part of Europe. But the most relevant part of the funds are on the right side, and in particular those that they are horizontal programs where energy is well reflected. There are some projects, InvestEU, Life, Horizon Europe, that they are very well known, in particular the first two for energy efficiency measures, to promote energy efficiency measures. Horizon Europe to invest in innovation research, extremely important. But then two funds that they are based on ETS, emission trade system, what they are going to help as well modernize and in particular go to low carbon and low carbon technology. So it's a way to as well invest with the funds that they are coming from ETS. I want to stop in the recovery and resilience facility because I think it's one of the most important in the last years in terms of, in order of magnitude, is more than 600 billion that they are going to be allocated in the 27 member states. But what is more important, and you see on the slide, more than 184 are allocated to energy-related measures. I want to remember that 37% needs to be allocated to climate measures. So it was already a condition for the member states. But the countries have been even farther because they reach more than 40% in all the countries that has been allocated to climate elements and in particular to energy. So I want to wrap up. You have in the right side what are going to be the key deliverables when this program that is going to be until 2026 finalized with concrete deliverables in terms of heating system replace, energy efficiency projects, smart meters that they are going to deploy, or more than 60 gigawatts installed in renewable production. This is going to be thanks to the Recovery and Resilience Plan. I want to talk briefly about what is coming next. One of the funds that is going to help as well to finance renewable and in particular energy efficiency measures is the Social Climate Fund. The Social Climate Fund has been part of the ETS2 that is going to be taken. ETS2 is the extension of the emission trading scheme towards buildings and transport, road transport. So in order to mitigate the possible impact in terms of energy poverty and transport poverty, Social Climate Fund is going to put in place more than 65 billion. So I'm going to only to finalize because what is coming next is the next MFF. So I'm not able to tell you more because it's still under negotiation. It will come in 2028-34. What we have learned so far is like the flexibility that was bring by some projects, some funds like a Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is a performance-based instrument. And I want to highlight something that is in the RRF. It's not only investments, was as well reforms. The reforms are as powerful as the investments in order to stimulate basically administrative change, like, for example, accelerate permitting that was mentioned before, or to facilitate the deployment of energy communities legislation. So this has been done thanks to the RRF, much more powerful than investment. So with this, I want to really conclude that now the public consultation is ongoing. Of course, one of the key priorities in terms of energy is going to contribute to affordability, is going to contribute to the competitiveness. So clearly, energy is going to be at the heart of the next MFF, and it's going to contribute to the deployment of the policy priorities, energy priorities in the member state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can say that you definitely put a lot of energy in that, and also a lot of billions. We were kind of getting a bit high on billions. Now I'm going to turn to Christiane with a simple question. Basically, when you see all those billions and you see all those deliverables that obviously we all want, how do you get those investment opportunities to real world businesses, small and large, and make sure that we can deliver? Please help us there.
Thank you, Bruno, for that easy challenge. Well, I'm going to talk about two things that have been mentioned many times today, narratives and industry. Hopefully I have something additional to add. My name is Can I use that? No. My name is Christiane Ecker. I work for the Regional Energy Agency. So we come from the high level to the low level. We are a regional and local energy agency, one of 300 in Europe. So all of people from member state parliaments, I invite you to check out whether there are local and regional energy agencies in your country and maybe liaise and work with them. We do a range of programs, just to mention one. We do more than 10,000 face-to-face energy advice sessions every year. So I'm a practitioner on the ground. I see homeowner, mayors, CEOs of industry, regional policy every single day. So that's a privilege and a challenge. Yes. So the region is called Upper Austria in the northern part, the industrial heartland of Austria. So quite similar to Bavaria or Baden-Württemberg. We have steel industry, so very important communication today, chemical, metal, automotive, so the typical hard to abate industries. Nevertheless, thanks to our strong policies over the 3 decades, now our electricity is to nearly 90% from renewables. Our space heating is nearly 70% from renewables, and also the supply to our energy-intensive industry is more than 40%. In total, we have also some billions, and that's a small region, 3.5 billion. So multiply this by your country, so if you have 50 millions, or Belgium, you have 10, 40 millions, 12 millions. So it's a fair, big enough number. So this, I'm going to share some thoughts on the progress at the end. But before that, I would just like to mention I've been working with EUFORES in different constellations for many years, also in the context of the Energy Efficiency Watch project, funded by the LIFE program. And some of the things I will be saying come from these projects. So when we talk about climate neutrality or energy transition, I use them interchangeably. We have obviously the money barrier, we have the know-how and the skills barrier, but we have a third one, which is the mindset barrier. And can I look at you and you know intuitively when to click? So the problem is, at the moment, we already have a lot of change. And to add change, and people tend to think the past was a safe place in most countries. So safe equals fossil fuel-based economies. So because it used to work well, so that's one of the big barriers we have to overcome. Now, when the Green Deal, the Clean Industrial Deal, says decarbonization is a powerful driver of growth, are enough people truly convinced of this? Is everyone here in the room convinced of this? That this is actually the driver of growth, our only possible strategy to maintain a wealthy and competitive economic system in the future. So obviously we need new narratives that will also explain this better and transport this better. When I talk about narratives, it has to do with the images in people's minds. So one word evokes different thoughts in different people's minds, and narratives are about gaining buy-in from wider groups in society. So by linking the change, in our case, climate protection, with a value that is important to this group, because then they will perceive it as something they desire. So in my simple example, you have typical values that people like. But unfortunately, we also have to work with counter-narratives, or killer arguments, as we call them in German. So for here, you have three obvious ones about the industrial energy transition. Investments are too high, we don't have the technologies, and if China and the US don't do it, why should we? So why is climate neutrality a good deal for businesses and countries? We heard many reasons already today, just to summarize them on my next slide. So obviously, energy security, price stability. I think that has become crystal clear. Clean tech innovation hasn't been mentioned so much today, a little bit by Walburga. Investments in economies that really need investments at the moment. Jobs, both in clean tech industries, but also in the industry we maintain. Modernization, and keywords for industry, productivity increase. It's not talked so much about in the public sector, even though we also try to do it. And we have increased our productivity. If you look at the number of documents coming out of the Commission, I think we have a real productivity increase. But this is serious. Productivity increase is more important than anything else in a healthy business. And of course, last but not least, climate protection. So is this a nice to have, or is this a must have? I think this is also something that comes up. Well, do we have a choice? Yesterday's world, will that come back? Pre-Ukraine war, pre-Chinese manufacturing boom, pre-Trump? Probably not so many people think that we can get the 90s back, or the 10th back. So the question is the speed, probably, that you ask yourself next. Now, can we afford all this? I've also some more billions. So this is a PwC analysis on investments in Germany in the energy transition and in the energy cost. So looking at from now to 2045, the total costs and investments would be 13,000 billion, 20% for the investments, 80% for energy costs in a business as usual scenario. And then after 2045, further investments would be needed. In the accelerated scenario, which means Germany would be climate neutral by 2045, means just moving 40% of the money that is spent anyway, and the numbers are fairly similar, that moving money that is spent anyway from paying for fossil fuels to investments. I think this is what it boils down to. And also in this case, after 2045, there will be no further investment needed. So coming back to my own region, so Upper Austria has always had the goal to be a climate leader in the energy transition and the climate neutrality. Our narrative is competitiveness and quality of life through the energy transition since many, many years. Maybe this is also why we made more progress than others, because we always based it on a narrative that was also, like Bertrand Bicard said earlier, a narrative that is acceptable to wider groups of society. Tackling industry, buildings and transport, achieving market leadership, and having innovation, investment, and involvement by everyone in our society. For us, this is critical because 42% of our energy consumption is from industry. So this is make or break the energy transition. So you want ecosystem, here's one, our policy ecosystem. So this is how our policy design looks, quite familiar, quite similar to the Clean Industrial Deal. We have the carrot, the money. We have the stick, regulatory instruments. We have the skateboard, which is the innovation. And we have the tambourine, which is the information, which is the skills. And last but not least, which is the tambourine. So we believe we have followed this picture for 3 decades, and you saw the numbers that we have now as a result. Practically speaking, so we have an innovation ecosystem. We have created one in our NAFI program where industry researchers and public bodies work together for climate neutral industry. I'm strongly involved in that innovation ecosystem. Federal government makes 3 billion euro available for all Austria for the industrial energy transition, which is for a small country quite a substantial amount of money. In our cleantech cluster, we support developing products and services for global markets. We have dedicated university and school programs, and our narratives is we show how companies are becoming climate neutral and increase their competitiveness and profits. And today, as I said, 42% of our industry, energy consumption in industry is from renewables. I will end with an example. So this is the first climate neutral brick factory, a business that was considered to be hard to decarbonize until recently. Wienerberger, the world's largest brick manufacturer, has 200 plants worldwide, and they pioneered in their company, in one of their sites in Upper Austria, how they will look and how they will actually implement climate neutrality. It's an innovative combination, so it's electrification, obviously, heat pumps, there's a material innovation, and there's advanced energy efficiency, because without the energy efficiency, this would not have been possible. They've invested 30 million, 25% from the public sector, and I'm coming to an end. And what is interesting, a key driver for them, and that's a nice message to policymakers, was they were scared that they would not be climate competitive to the construction material wood. So actually policy has triggered this, and they are really, I saw their CEO and the whole board, they are full, and they have had years now with the construction industry being down, and they're still full on the track to roll this out. And after 3 months now, they see the productivity increased, the workers are more safe, and the product quality has improved. So at similar or even lower manufacturing costs. So I think this is one of the examples that should guide us. So let's in Europe, it's a picture I developed 6-7 years ago, actually. And maybe now we will finally be there. We'll have the chance to lead the next industrial revolution, Industry 5.0, which is industry which is climate neutral. But for that, we need to do industrial energy transition as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both for giving us a very inspiring story, I think, but a real life story, and for repeating something that I've already tried to push for years, which is that saying that this transition is actually the industrial revolution of our generation. And I think we need to look at it a lot more in that way. But of course, seeing all these great examples, I know that there is money, and I see that there is money to be made. But I heard Walburga and some other people say that to do what they need to do and to roll out all this technology, we need materials, and sometimes we are stuck in bottlenecks for supplying those materials. And so, James, I'm sorry to say it, but all responsibility is on you now. Where do we get those materials, and what can we do to help you and by that ourselves to make sure that we do that in Europe?
Well, thanks very much, Bruno. And I must say thank you as well to Jan and all the MEPs who have welcomed Eurometto into the EUFORES network. I'm very happy to be here. I think we are the first energy-intensive industry sector to be in EUFORES. And in that regard, people may wonder why. And you can hardly see it. It's written in white at the top left. We say metals, supplying Europe's energy and digital transition, because exactly that, Bruno. We are undoubtedly the pillar upon which all renewable end-use products depend. We are European. We represent the European industry. I have a few slides on who we are. I don't know if I have to point this anywhere particular. Oh, okay, sorry. I hate to do that to you, Jan. Okay, but yeah, next. My glamorous assistant. So we did train this. We are present in almost all European countries. We're not representing the steel industry to make it easier. We represent all of the non-ferrous metals. So the ones you'd be most familiar with, aluminium, copper, zinc, these are all very much our family, and I think all crucial. We have 500,000 direct jobs. They are unionized. We consider that a very strong element of our industry. We work closely with industrial. And of course, we have about 2 to 300 million indirect jobs, of course, supported through our value chains across Europe. Sorry, next slide, please, Jan. This is just a list of some of the companies. You may not be familiar with them all, but for example, people like KGHM and Metlin, we are full value chain. They own copper mines in Europe. People think that mining doesn't exist in Europe anymore. It does. We have mines in Poland. We have mines for bauxite in Greece, where they also have their smelting facilities. So we are full value chain all the way down to recycling. We have people like Umicore based here in Belgium who are doing a tremendous job just up the road in Antwerp, recycling many of the metals that we need for the energy transition. Next slide, please, Jan. One of the reasons we are here is that we are electro-intensive. In fact, what we didn't write on the slide is that on average, our processes are taking about 58% electricity. That makes us the most electrified, energy-intensive industry in Europe. That, of course, means we are also very susceptible to variations in the electricity price. So we are, of course, very much in favor of what Valberga was showing, where we talk about how you actually shave the various production lines that you see for things like wind, where we have our production hourly, and then you see our baseload production. We need dispatchable electricity, but we want clean dispatchable electricity. And I think, Yolanda, in your funds, you haven't mentioned it yet because it's not there, I know, but there's been this sort of competitiveness fund that has been touted as part of the next MFF. We've now been told it will be called the Clean Competitiveness Fund. And I think in Eurometto, we welcome that, given our role within the clean industry sector and also our own ability to continue to electrify. We do have that ability. The final point on this slide, just to say, it is good that we have European production of these things, because if we import them from other places, and we use China as the example, it's almost 3 times as much CO2 that is emitted in the process to make 1 ton of aluminium in China compared to when we make it here. And that's not including the transport costs or transport environmental costs, if you like, of CO2 emitted. Next slide, please, Jan. Just to reiterate what we were saying as part of our application, if you like to be in EUFORES, if you look at our base metals, aluminium, copper, and zinc, we are in almost all renewable end-use products. Electric vehicles are the ones which tick the boxes of almost all of the metals that we represent. And of course, we are very much in favor of the electrification of transport as rapidly as possible. We are slightly, for our MEP colleagues, who are slightly concerned about the direction that some of the CO2 regulation is taking, because let's be honest, it's not really helping anybody. We have to move in a direction. We all know we have to move in a direction. And OEMs are also our members. It may surprise you, but some car OEMs are our members. And they also talk to us about the uncertainty that they also experience, therefore, in terms of rowing back on certain targets. For us, it's very clear. We need to have those targets. We need to keep going in the right direction. Delaying isn't going to help anybody, least of all the industry. Next slide, please, Jan. Oh, sorry, just keep going so the slide's completed. Yeah, keep going. Sorry about that. Of course, if we are successful in the energy transition and reaching net zero by 2050, we will need metals. One of the themes that I was asked, Bruno, in this panel was to address, are we swapping a dependency on fossil fuels for a dependency on rare materials? It is true, we will need much more. We can't argue about that. You will need all of these metals. You will need to have nickel. You'll need to have cobalt. And if you look at lithium, we're talking about a huge growth in lithium, and there's only 1 processing facility in Europe today. So yes, we need to do that. I don't think we can argue or try to hide from the fact that we do need to have more of these metals produced and made here. But I think that we can say that when we look at it, it's not necessarily just a simple switch of dependency, because we are also able to recycle. All metals are base elements. It basically means they don't degrade. So you can take and recycle, and you can have exactly the same quality metal that you had from primary ore as secondary. Our recycling facilities are getting better and better. We are able to recycle in increasing volumes and increasing quality. We are therefore quite determined in this message that as we are going forward, it doesn't mean that we have to dig more and more rare earth elements out of the ground. It means we have to get better at recycling. And I'll make one political point here. Some of you may have seen the Steel and Metals Action Plan, where not Yolanda's direct colleagues, but people in DG Trade have skirted a little bit on the issue about scrap metal exports. This is insanity. We are exporting at record volumes when some of our plants don't have enough metal ore for capacity. Things like copper, I'm talking about aluminium, to places like China, and then buying the processed good back again. Our electricity is being wasted to export to another country where they have worse environmental standards to re-import the same product. We need export controls. There must be export controls on scrap waste. It doesn't make sense to export good quality European scrap simply because the scrap dealer gets more money from China than they do here. We must address that, and I think that the MEPs in the room must look carefully at this. You have a role and an opportunity to play. And I will encourage Yolanda and her colleagues to stand firm on that, because the original drafts of the plan were much, much more rigorous than the eventual that turned. Anyway, sorry, Jan, carry on. Don't want to put you on the spot. I'm trying to be mean. Yeah, just to say, as in real-world example, as you see solar, wind, and electric cars and electrolyzers growing rapidly, and I think these are IEA slides, not ours. The next slide shows you what it means in terms of copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, rare earths. Of course, the demand for them is also growing. And I don't think that we should also, again, as I say, hide from that. And you can move on to the next slide, because I think I talked that through. The funny thing is, everyone says, James, you've moved to a sector which is really, at the height of the political attention. It's very strategic. Yet across Europe, our plants are closing. And this is the complete paradox of what we need. I put a couple of articles that are actually from the last couple of years. In Slovakia, an important aluminium facility is closed down and is shuttered. There was an article in Politico very recently which was talking about which industries will survive the green transition. It was talking about one of the members of us in Germany, where they have basically closed their primary smelter to focus only on the secondary, which is the recycled material smelting. And they were basically making the argument in the article that we should focus only on recycling. We don't agree with that. We will need still primary production in Europe. But this is the reality that we are facing. And maybe if you go to the next slide, effectively, if we're going in that direction, we're not going to make the Critical Raw Materials Act benchmarks that have been set in law also by this House. We need to have more extraction. 10% of its strategic raw materials must be extracted here. We must process 40%, and we must have recycling at 25%. Now, for certain elements, we are doing very well on this, and I think that we can say that these are very achievable objectives, but we need to make sure we have the right financing in place to bring back some of those shutters plants to help us to achieve the objectives that we're trying to set ourselves. And if you know this target for 32% electrification, we always say if you turn our 15 primary smelters back on, this is going to be actually a couple of terawatt hours electricity that we will demand straight away, which will help. So we can also contribute to that if we are able to get the energy costs more favorable in those particular countries. Yeah, and I know time's pressing, and I see you're at 17:56, so we're going to have to go a bit faster. Maybe it's the same sort of slide, so maybe next one again. 6 points. These are the things that we are talking about at the moment for ourselves. I've already touched on the jobs, so I won't go directly to that. I touched on trade policy as well. The energy policy for a clean and affordable energy. We do strongly believe very much in the Affordable Energy Action Plan. We don't think it does enough for short-term measures. This leaves us effectively needing to go to Teresa Ribera and ask, for the time being, for subsidies for our production. We simply don't have that choice. We do believe very strongly that electricity will become cheaper in the future. At the moment, we see electricity price being derived from prices of natural gas, which of course remain stubbornly high. And therefore, that has an impact on our very electro-intensive industry. Just to say on the secure access to raw materials from primary and secondary sources, we do believe that we will need to sign partnerships with like-minded countries around the world. And Jan, I think just to speed up, we go to the next couple of slides. Maybe just move to my last one, if you go to the next one. And again. And again. No, forward. It shouldn't be the last slide. Okay. Then I will read from my slide deck because it's just slightly different. We have a point on the EU-US relationship. At the moment, we are facing a relatively difficult situation with the United States targeting the metals industry of Europe, aluminium, copper. They are all effectively under attack from what they call the Article 232. There you are. We do have things like critical minerals agreements with the United States, but we learned that tomorrow the president will make an executive order, which is likely to impact that. This is a slide that was written before that, and so I wanted to just touch on it to say we are going to have to look elsewhere to think about other reliable partners, because we've done a lot of work under the Biden administration to try and build a common approach to critical raw materials, but it's very clear that the new administration is not going to honor those. And that means that we have to look at other countries, Canada, South Africa, where Ursula von der Leyen has been very recently, because we will still need that primary material and not rely only on secondary material. I will stop there because it's 17:59. Thanks, and apologies for the long presentation.
Well, you stopped where it got real complicated. Now, exactly. I can completely not imagine that anyone can have any questions after hearing all these very clear, obvious, transparent explanations, which is a good thing because I think we don't really have time for it unless Jan wants to give me. We really have to. We will be kicked out here, so I apologize for having to cut all your wishes and dreams short. I am sure that over dinner there will be room for a lot of discussion. There will be a lot of inspiration from these three speakers. Any other questions you will be able to put tomorrow, since there's going to be at least as much interesting speakers tomorrow. And I have no doubt that we will be coming back on a number of these issues. So all that remains to me is to thank my three very passionate and very interesting speakers for their contributions and their inspiration. We'll try to put it to good use and to pass the word to Jan for the final formalities.
We'll not talk a lot, but we will start the gala dinner at 6:30 with first drink. So either you walk with us, it's a 10-minute walk, or you have an hour break in the hotel to refresh a little bit. The dinner itself starts at 7:30. Then we have a good dinner evening hosted by Win Europe. So very proud about this. And tomorrow morning, we'll start in the Belgian Parliament, in the plenary hall of the Belgian Parliament, registration at 9 o'clock, and 9:30 we start with the sessions. And we will have Executive Vice President of the Commission, Teresa Rivera, speaking tomorrow morning. And there's a lot of time for you to ask questions. And then we'll have fantastic sessions until the evening, and even breakout sessions, even with live link to Kiev, to Ukraine, with members of parliament to discuss what we all can do. So see you at the dinner or tomorrow morning. Thanks a lot.